Note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Nickolle Aguilar-Acevedo. This is Grizzly True Crime, and today we're going to be watching day 3, 4, 5, 6 and the verdict in the Daniel Garcia trial, which actually wrapped up yesterday. Initially, the prosecutor said that it would be a week or two. So at the point at which I started it, which was only the day before yesterday, I thought, okay, we'll be here for a few days and catch up by the end of the weekend. But no, they wrapped up so quickly. Oh my goodness. This trial was fast. One of the fastest ones I've seen. Don't know why. Some trials, like similar cases, could be longer, right? Anyway, so here we are to watch that. As you can see in the title, it says verdict already because we already know. We discussed a little bit about it yesterday, so it's not too much of a spoiler. If you research this case, you'll see that the guy was thankfully found guilty. Now, if you don't know anything about this case, please check out the description box. There's a little write-up there for you. We also covered some articles and some background information yesterday. And today we're going to dive right in to watching the footage. Shame, man. This poor little boy, Domenic, here's a picture of him here. He was only 5 years old when he died. 5. Like, what is wrong with people? And we've heard from his mother, as well as, obviously, experts, but then also, you know, the mother's family. And just the mother, the way she was so cold on the stand, talking about she would let Daniel Garcia abuse her son because she was so eager to be with a man. Just that line, I can't forget that line. Like, what the hell? Oh my goodness. So welcome to all my moderators. Thank you so much for everything you do. Welcome to all my patrons, members, all subscribers. We now have 300,000 Grizzlies here. So thank you so much, everyone, for subscribing and hitting the notification bell. And welcome to anyone who's new here and also a family of Domenic. So as you can see, Hope and Fear is sharing like this. It says Domenic smile like little dinosaurs because Domenic loved Jurassic Park, Batman, Spider-Man. So people are sharing either, you know, blue and red hearts in honor of him, or little dinosaurs like this, or bats and spiders, whatever it is you want to choose. Okay, so this lady's like, this lady's ready. She's ready to talk, and she's like, when is Nickolle Aguilar in the corner here going to stop talking? So what I've done is defluffed this entire trial for you. Of course, it happened over 6 days, and we're watching it in 2 days. Yesterday, we watched day 1 and 2, so it was the opening statements and the first witnesses. And today, we're watching day 3, 4, 5, and 6, plus the verdict, okay? And it's all going to be done. The footage we have is 3 hours and 58 minutes long. They had long breaks. There was a lot to defluff. I don't know why their breaks were so long. I'm glad we didn't watch this live. We would have been sitting around for hours. So imagine that, day 3, 4, 5, and 6, 4 days down to 3 hours and 58 minutes. There's 1 or 2 witnesses that I hadn't included here, you know, because I want to bring you the most interesting content, the most interesting witnesses in this speedy trial that we're watching. All right, so if you want to see the raw footage of the trial, it's on KSAT12. Okay. So yes, you guys are all saying it's heartbreaking. It is. It is heartbreaking. Are we all good to go? Or do we need any recap? I think we're good to go based on what we did yesterday. I'm sure many of you are the same Grizzlies that we had yesterday. So I'm sure you know a little bit about this case, right? Okay, so I'm going to put the sound on. Melissa, thank you for taking us with you to work. You said, I'm about to go to work. I'll be listening and working. That's very naughty. Thank you for taking us with you. Okay, so let's play this. This is FBI Special Agent Coble.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 33. Do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
And what is it an image of?
This image depicts the hillside on which we found the remains on August 25th, 2021. It shows one of my teammates either descending or ascending on a rope the hillside down to where the remains were located.
And do you know the person who's in that photo?
I believe I do, but it's a little unclear who that is.
That's not yourself, though.
It's not me.
But that is a true and correct, that is a fair and accurate depiction of the hillside where the remains were found.
Yes, it is.
State moves to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 33 into evidence. So is this the area?
Yes, it is.
And we see there's a rope that's assisting one of your team members to go down this area?
That's correct.
And was
I was just going to say some basics of the case. This obviously happened in San Antonio, Texas. This guy sitting here in blue is the defendant. This is obviously his defense team here. And, well, he's not the defendant anymore. He's the convicted now. Love that. And he was found guilty of, I just want to get the exact wording. It was it's child injury causing serious bodily harm. So it's not a murder charge, so unfortunately. And this trial happened in Texas. And his girlfriend is the mother of this little boy, Domenic. She had 2 children, and yesterday we found out as well she was pregnant at the time. She had 2 children from different dads. She was pregnant with his child at the time, and then he had 2 children. And he seemed to have taken out all his abuse on her son, Domenic, who was 5 years old. And when they explained for what, they asked the mother for what, she says, not eating fast enough, like being too quiet. I mean, it was ridiculous reasons, right? Okay, so they went from San Antonio, Texas when it happened and drove to Colorado and then rolled his body off the side of a ravine. Yes, that's why they're showing us these pictures now. Yeah, okay, didn't bury him. Both of them. The mother participated. She kind of did it, actually. Pushed his body down a ravine. Off a cliff, basically. And then when the body was still visible, threw water bottles at it to make it roll a little more. And when that didn't work, then this boyfriend over here, this POS, decided to lower himself down the cliff using a rope and tying it to the steering wheel of his vehicle, he said. And she helped bring him back up. And then he would try then to conceal the body. So what the actual hell? Okay, so yeah, Michelle says, so this little boy wasn't even his son. No, it was her son. So this mother, Nickolle Aguilar, we're going to hear from her dad today as well. This mother literally let this guy abuse her 5-year-old son, and her reason was because she's eager to be with a man. That's her reason. Like, what the hell is going on here? So they went from San Antonio, Texas to Colorado. Then they fled to Mexico, Costa Rica, ended up in Florida, and were arrested. Okay, so there's just a little bit of the story there. She has taken a plea deal. So she is testifying against him. She will be facing 5 to 15 years when she gets sentenced. And her sentencing is on June. So I'm just looking at my notes here. They're in the corner there. June 7th is her sentencing. His sentencing is... I've written it down somewhere here. When is it? I think it's August 14th. Okay, so we're going to see all of that today. We're going to see day 3, 4, 5, and then day 6 is the closing arguments and the verdict, all in one go. So here we go.
One of your other duties as a member of ERT to collect a DNA sample from Nickolle Aguilar.
Yes, it was.
And did you do that?
I did.
And could you explain to the jury how you did that and what you did with the sample after?
Sure. That process is something that we refer to as collecting a buccal swab. Buccal refers to mouth or cheek. So we use a sterile swab or multiple swabs while wearing gloves, of course, to swab the inside of an individual's cheek or cheeks. We package up that swab and then submit it into our evidence, and then it is subsequently sent to our laboratory for examination or comparison in terms of DNA.
And while you were at the scene as a member of ERT, did you assist members out there in locating evidence, including bones?
Yes, I did.
And did you have to actually dig for bones?
Yes, we had to dig to find bones.
Information out of this Grizzly Speedy trial that we're watching here. Before I forget, I just want to thank all the Grizzlies who sent me PayPals. Oh my goodness, you guys are so sweet. Thank you so much. I'll be replying to you all individually very soon. I've just been very focused on this today, but I will be sending you messages soon. So thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it.
And At this scene in August of 2021, did you come across human remains?
Yes.
In what condition were the remains?
The remains were mostly skeletalized at this time.
And as a member of ERT, was it your duty to assist other agents and analysts at the scene in collecting the bones of those remains?
Yes.
Did you also observe water jugs at the scene?
Yes.
Do you recall about how many?
There were 3 on the scene.
Have you had training in the collection of pupa maggots from the remains from human remains?
Yes. I took a training in June of 2020 on collection and preservation of entomological evidence. In addition, I attended a human remains recovery training in June of 2021, where we learned additional guidelines for preserving and collecting entomological evidence, as well as the opportunity to practice collecting said evidence.
Was entomological evidence collected in this case on these remains?
Yes.
And were was that evidence of entomology then sent to a Dr. Tom Berlin and Casey Flint in Texas?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury, when approaching human remains that has entomological evidence, how you go about collecting that and what's the process?
Yes. So we document information about the scene, time, date, weather conditions, location, to go back and look at actual temperatures. We then will collect the insect activity and preserve it in its current state. If there are larvae present, we will collect some of that and rear it to adulthood in order to send to the lab for further examination.
So Domenic died on July 25th of 2021, and about a month later, it was actually a month later, is when his body was found. And the reason is because his grandmother, so his mother's mother, was wanting to see her grandkids and had surprised her daughter, who had now run to Costa Rica and crossed the border southward illegally, sitting in Costa Rica. There her mother was. Surprise! Yeah, so we heard from her yesterday, Domenic's grandmother, and she's got Domenic's ashes. But she was insisting, where's Domenic? Like, what happened? And she kept on pressing, and eventually Nickolle, Domenic's mother, told her own mother he had died. He fell sick and died. And she's like, what? And where's his body? Like, what is going on here? And so eventually Nickolle told her where his body was. And she insisted that she go to the police, pretty much dragged her there. And that is why his body was found. Because Nickolle and her mother then went to the police and said where his body was. So I wonder if at that point, Nickolle was still saying he got sick, he was vomiting, and then he died, because it must have taken obviously lots of investigating to then see, well, he didn't just die from like having, I don't know what, a cold or something. There were too many injuries on his body. His jaw was not aligned. He was wearing a mask the whole time, as we've seen in some of the surveillance footage. But that is, just in case you're wondering, well, why did they find his body? How? Nickolle actually eventually sort of confessed, took the police to the body. Okay, so that is, and now in today we're going to hear a lot from medical experts and FBI agents. So some of that information could be a bit upsetting to hear, but yet it's very factual, right? So I know this case is it's heartbreaking, it's terrible, and very upsetting. The only silver lining I could say is that at least it's 2 days that we're spending listening to all this information it's not like 6 weeks. Like I find that treadmill abuse trial is so long. It's just devastating, to hear of that abuse and everything for 6 weeks for one's own mental health. It just feels like that could affect one a lot, right? But I hope you're all okay. Thank you for being here. Please like and share so that others can also find us as we are live today. And let's keep going.
Ms. Goodwin, can I ask you to lead into the mic? Yeah. Thank you.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 34 and 35. Do you recognize these?
Yes,
What are they?
they are images from the crime scene, or from the human remains recovery scene.
And are they fair and accurate depiction of a portion of the crime scene as you observed it in August of 2021 off North Birchwood Pass in Colorado?
Yes,
Do these images show the water jugs in them?
yes, it shows one of the water jugs.
Does it also show the human remains in the photos?
Yes,
Your State moves to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 34 and State's Exhibit 35 into evidence. And the state will inform the court that the images are graphic in nature and will ask the court for permission to.
And don't worry, they don't show it. And luckily, I never show it either. So I'm sure if you've been here a while, I don't have to say why. Out of respect for the victim and their families, I don't show any graphic pictures, even though this is a true crime channel and we're all adults. We don't need to see that. Thankfully, this court didn't show any of that.
Publish them to the jury. So going down, we saw on State's Exhibit, may I have permission to approach?
Yes.
What's already been admitted is State's Exhibit 33. Was it a pretty steep area?
yes,
And
yes,
so to get down there, we see, it looks like one of your colleagues going down
yes,
with a rope.
yes, we attached some ropes to assist in providing us stability to get down to the scene.
And at this point, I'm going to show State's Exhibit 34. When you got down to the remains, State's Exhibit 34, what did you see?
We found the mostly skeletalized remains of a small individual and a water jug near the remains.
And then State's Exhibit 35, is that a closer image? And in that image, we see the water jug and we can see part of the remains.
Yes,
And, well, to explain to the jury, were the collection of the bugs, the entomological evidence, was that collected on the remains or under the remains? How is that done?
they were collected under the remains. Once the remains were removed, we were able to see some larvae in the ground underneath and collected those.
And did you assist in securing the remains back up to the vehicles?
Yes, I assisted in bringing some of the bones up to the vehicle.
No question.
And should be excused.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Goodwin. You are excused.
Yes, I'm Supervisory Special Agent Varel, V as in Victor, A-R-E-L.
And what do you do for that?
I'm a Supervisory Special Agent with the FBI out of Washington, D.C.
Back in August of 2021, where were you assigned?
I was assigned to the Denver Division of the FBI.
And while you were assigned to the Denver Division of the FBI, were you a member of the Evidence Response Team or ER?
Sorry for the pause there. Jamie says, how long has he been abusing Domenic? They said for at least 3 weeks, from what they could tell. Other reports say several weeks. I mean, Nickolle had not dated him for very long either, which is quite scary.
Yes, I was.
And could you explain to the jury what your duties were as you were a member of the ERT team?
Yes, so I assisted in all aspects of our evidence collection on a variety of cases, but my main specialties were on our forensic scan team and our forensic survey team, and so I operated the total station and the Faro scanner.
And so what's a Faro scanner?
So a Faro scanner is a terrestrial LiDAR system, and so it is a device that allows you to map out the scene in 3D space using a laser and a mirror that rotates and collects 360-degree views of the scene or whatever you're trying to map out.
And this scanner, this Faro scanner, is that something that's used often in the investigation in FBI matters?
Isn't this guy ice cold? Like, really, it's like as if he couldn't be bothered. You know, just get through this. I'm so glad he was found guilty.
Yes, so it is used by, I don't know how many of our teams out in the field have it, but it is very commonly used in scene reconstruction, crime scene reconstruction, whether it's accidents. It's also used in engineering situations, construction projects. There's a variety of different uses, but it is definitely, it's been used now for a number of years in the forensic scene.
And could you explain to the jury the accuracy of a Faro scanner?
So Faro scanner, as I mentioned, it shoots out a laser that reflects off the mirror to collect a series of data points. And so within 10 meters of the device, it is accurate to plus or minus 1 millimeter.
And was a Faro scanner used in August 25th of 2021 out North Berthoud Pass in Colorado at a scene of recovery for human remains?
Yes, it was.
And could you explain to the jury what the scene out there looked like and how you plotted points using that Faro scanner?
Yeah, so once I arrived on scene with the rest of the team, we arrived in, we were coming down the highway, down the pass, and there was a big pull-out space, like off the side of the road. So we parked our vehicles, got our equipment ready to go. Our senior team leader had indicated the area that we would be focusing on, and so we gathered our equipment, we went down the side of the mountain, and using a series of ropes to get down the side of the mountain and carry our equipment to position it. And so the device needs to be set on a tripod in order to balance it and level it in order for it to read properly. So we took it down and we started our focus right at the where we found the human remains.
Dominic's grandmother has also started a petition, and it's called Dominic's Law. So I'm going to put that in the description box, okay? If you do want to sign that. And remember, if you do fill it in, you got to fill in your name, your first name, last name, and email address. You can tick a box to say if you want it to be private, like do not display my name and comment on this petition, and then sign it. But then check your inbox to make sure that you click the link there to confirm your signature so that it tallies up. They wanted a goal of 2,500 signatures, but they so far got 2,258. I know we can get them there, right? I know we can all go sign there, and I'll read to you afterwards, or at some point, when there's a natural breaking point, what this petition is all about. But Dominic's Law, basically so that abusive parents can't just run around, bouncing around between all these locations, and different states' police don't actually look into the situation to saying, oh, but they're in a different state, they can be there, whatever it is, right? To keep kids safe.
May I first witness, Judge? Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 44, 45, and 46. Do you recognize these images?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
So these are images of the scene that we were just discussing. So image 45 is an image facing north along Route 40 with the mountainside to the right, and then 45 is the opposite direction, so it's facing south along the highway. And then 46 is an image of the same terrain, kind of showing the ropes that we were using and the steepness of how it was to get down to the scene.
And are those 44, 45, and 46 as State's exhibits, are they fair and accurate depictions of the scene that you went to use the Faro scanner at?
Yes, they were.
At this time, Judge State moves to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 44, 45, and 46 into evidence.
We were just saying that.
Yesterday, a lot of people asking why this bunny is here. I really don't know. I really don't know. I wonder if Dominic made that. That's almost what I'm thinking. Maybe he made that little bunny. Shame. Also, I put the petition here. It's in chat. Okay. And then you can read there what it's about. And I also put it in the description box for you as well.
We can have a written objection.
44, 45, 46, the objection is overruled. The exhibits are admitted.
Thank you. So we're on the screen. We have what do we see on the screen on State's Exhibit 44?
So, as I mentioned, 44, this is an image of Highway 40 is to the left, and this is facing north, and where those vehicles are parked, those are our equipment vehicles, and those are in that pullout that I described. And then to the right, you can see the side of the mountain.
And Nickolle thinks this is a beautiful spot. She wanted to she said bury him somewhere beautiful. She didn't bury him. She rolled her 5-year-old son's body, which she said was bruised all over and his jaw was broken, down. She first put other clothes on him. Remember that? He was unconscious in the bathtub of a hotel. I think not alive anymore is what was happening there. But she changed his clothing, put camo pants on and a Baby Yoda shirt. They strapped him into a car seat in the back of the car with the other kids in the car. Okay, just think about that. These people are not well. That's an understatement. Drove to Colorado, camped, and then rolled his body down this cliff. And then when you could still see it, yeah, let's throw some water jugs at it. Like, what is going on here? And they did go to Walmart right before that. Yes, Walmart is involved. Involved in this case. Not involved, but Walmart is always mentioned, unfortunately. Sorry, Walmart. Steel Guitar says, must be Dominic's Trigger Bunny, right? If you guys don't know what the Trigger Bunny is, this is the Grizzly True Crime Trigger Bunny, which is sparkling right now. There you go. And if I raise this, it would mean it's a trigger warning if I'm not actually going to pause and interrupt as I'm doing now. Danielle Rodriguez, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the sticker. Okay, let's keep going.
Where we found the human remains.
So I'll put State's Exhibit 45.
And so that's the same, it's just facing south, looking at that same area to the left. So that little grove of trees is kind of our focal point.
Okay, and so the focal point is there's these quite a bit of trees right there. And there's actually one tree that's sticking out pretty high.
Yes.
Okay, and then State's Exhibit 46.
Yes, so that is another just a detailed image just to show the process by which we had to get down to the scene. But it is the same mountainside. This again is facing north along that the mountain, and that was the area where we entered the scene like from a distance to the side of it. It wasn't right above where we found the human remains. We had to go down and then along a little path that we had created.
And then as you're using this scanner, are you plotting different points of this general area?
Yes.
And could you explain to the jury how you plot a point and what the scanner does in plotting at that point?
Yes, so in order to get a complete picture and an accurate representation of that scene frozen in time, the device is a point of sight device. So that being when the laser gets reflected, it goes out and it touches a point. It cannot see it through a rock or a tree. It cannot see around it. And so it then shoots that information back to the device where it collects and measures that distance. And so it measures the distance on a horizontal axis, a vertical axis, as well as the angle. So you have the X, Y, and Z all accounted for. And so we try to position the device at various different locations in order to get a thorough depiction of the scene. And so one of the things to note when we do these scans as well is that it is unable to see immediately below the device. So if we move it just a little bit in another direction, then we can then collect data on that area below to make sure we get full coverage.
And how long were you stationed in the Denver area for the FBI?
I worked out of the Denver office from February of 2013 to August of 2022.
About how many of those years were you a member of ERT?
All but one, I think. I got it.
Quite a bit of experience on ERT.
Yes.
And in your experience, have there been other occasions that you had to go through this type of terrain?
Yes, we have done numerous searches in the mountains.
Okay. And so, going back to, well, I'll show you State's Exhibit. May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
So you've had experience going up and down mountains in this type of terrain before yourself?
Yes.
So, showing State's Exhibit 35, do you recognize, this is admitted, 33. That is, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
Why is this guy laughing? He's like, they got the exhibit number wrong. He's like, he's got extremely cold eyes, huh? When you look at this eye especially, it's got a very strange look in it. I don't like the look in this eye. It makes me have like a chill down my spine when I look at him here. Oh my word. Yeah, this guy's unbothered.
It's an image of the descent towards the human remains, is that correct?
It is correct.
Do you know who's in that image?
Yes, that is myself.
Okay.
On scene.
And so, could you explain to the jury why there's these ropes?
We just used it as a safety precaution as we were descending and then as we were climbing back up, it was a fairly steep terrain. Oftentimes, we don't have quite that I would say estimated about 45 degrees. I think there are some calculations that we looked at with our scan data that corroborates that. But yeah, so we had those ropes tied to one of our vehicles to help make sure we could secure our path in.
Where do you tie it on the vehicle?
We have the wench part, the front part of the sturdy part of the truck.
Okay. And so, in order to get down, you're using this rope to get down there?
Yes, sir.
And then what about getting back up?
Yeah, we would pull on the rope to help provide extra support as we were making our way up because it was kind of unlevel ground as well. It was like loose rock. It wasn't all settled. I mean, it's pretty dry out there, and it was August, so there's a lot of you could step and kind of fall a little bit like sand.
Okay.
So Blueberry says, I wonder why they keep asking about the ropes. I think it's because of what they did. Daniel tied a rope around his waist and to the steering wheel of his vehicle and then lowered himself down this cliff to move Dominic's body. And then when asked, when Nickolle was on the stand, like, how did he get back up the hill? She said, I helped him. She helped, pull him up, whatever. So maybe that's why, just to also show the jury the effort that these two went to conceal 5-year-old Dominic's body. My goodness. Forrest says, to help with your upgrading, congrats on 300,000. That's quite a milestone. Well deserved. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's so sweet. Thank you.
And so that climate at that time in the summertime in Colorado would make that a difficult trek back up.
Yeah, it wasn't the easiest.
And so we talked about you plot out all these different points with the Faro scanner. What happens with all that data?
So once we collect all of that data, it gets saved onto an SD card inside the device, and then we bring it back to the office and ingest that information into the software. It's called Scene. It's provided by the manufacturer, and in that Scene software, there's enough data collected from the device that then allows the computer to identify which points are the same across the different scans. So then it pieces all of those scans together to make one big picture of the scene.
And in that picture of the scene, is it like a video that you can see?
There's a variety of different products that can be produced after you collect all of the information. So you can do orthographic images that can show you the side, different views. You can do top-down views, side views. There's also fly-throughs, so when you put it together, you can create and direct it to go to focus on different areas and where you want to go inside the scene. You can also do panoramic views because in addition to collecting the points, there are certain settings on there that allows it to actually take photos after. So it'll go through one rotation and collect the data points, and then it'll go through a second rotation where it actually takes photos of the scene as well and splices them together in a panoramic view that allows you to see it then in colorized form.
And what you testified earlier was about the accuracy of it being at what level?
It's within 10 meters of the device, it's accurate to plus or minus 1 millimeter.
And who's Agent DeFrance?
Charles DeFrance is our senior team leader for our evidence response team.
And as a senior team leader, was he the person that compiled this data and created the scene-to-go and orthographic imaging finder?
Yes, I had started the process, but then he refined it and made sure that it was all pieced together properly.
Pass the witness, Judge.
We have no questions.
Agent Varel, you may step down. Thank you for being here.
You recognize this?
Yes, that is the pull-off from the northbound lane of Route 40 that I was describing.
Now, once you get there, what do you do next?
So as soon as I stop the vehicle, I turn it off, I open the door, and I can immediately smell the odor of decomposition. So based on the information that we already had, the victim's mother indicating it was this pullout and that odor, I felt pretty good that we were in the right area. But I wanted to do a quick inspection to see if I could locate the remains before I brought down the full team that we had pre-staged up at Berthoud Pass. So I went over the edge of the pullout. It's a pretty steep slope, but I was able to maneuver my way down that. And the information we had was that the body dump had taken about 10 minutes. So I started working my way down the slope. Since the victim was small, you could presumably carry it pretty far in 10 minutes, but I overshot. And I realized that I had overshot because I could no longer smell the odor of decomposition. So I turned around and started working my way back up the slope, looking for any signs of disturbances, and of course looking for any evidence or human remains. And as I did that, I started picking up the smell of decomposition again and followed that until I found some human remains of a small human.
And what, describe the location where the remains were.
They were over the edge on a steep slope. The slope was pretty heavily vegetated, so there was a lot of brush and trees in that area. So it was pretty hard to see it until you were basically right up on top of it.
Do you recognize these photographs?
I do. These were photographs that were taken during the crime scene investigation of this body recovery.
Okay, and you have personal knowledge of all the contents of these photographs?
I do.
Do these photographs accurately represent the state of the body and the scene where it was found?
Yes, they do.
State moves to admit 36 through 43. So, what was the state of the body as you found it that day?
When we found it, the body was pretty heavily decomposed and partially skeletonized.
So, how do you go about removing the body and taking it back up to your vehicles?
Well, before we do anything to disturb the evidence, we're first going to spend quite a bit of time documenting the scene. So we would document, and we did document, with photography, with laser scanning to get the three-dimensional aspects of the scene, and searching that area to make sure there wasn't any other evidence in the area. All that evidence would be documented before anything was moved, and we would make sure that those items were fully documented and preserved in the way that they were found.
And so what tool did you use to document the scene?
So in this case, it was primarily photography, sketching, and laser scanning.
And the laser scanning, we've already heard testimony from Special Agent Coble, how that was done at the scene. What was your role in that?
My role in the laser scanning was that on scene, Special Agent Varel ran the laser scanner and collected the data. Later, I helped in processing that data. So the individual laser scans initially are individual sets of data that have their each individual coordinate system that they're operating off of. And the processing is a process where you take those individual sets of data and you marry them up, and it's called registering, to find where the data sets overlap to make larger data sets.
showing you what has been now marked as State's Exhibit 47. Could you tell me what this is?
This is a SanDisk thumb drive.
Okay, and what are the contents of that?
I believe that this contains the products of the scan data.
Okay, so if you were to open that up, what would you see?
On there would be files that are images, which we call orthographic images, which are images taken from the scan data. There's a product called the Scene to Go, which is an interactive product where you can look at a scene initially from above and see kind of a plan view, an aerial view of that scene with icons that indicate where scans were taken, and you can move around that scene by clicking onto those scan locations. And then there's also a fly-through video of that 3D scan data.
Okay. Do the contents of these scans, do they accurately reflect the crime scene or the scene of the body as you found it that day?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Do you believe they'll assist the jury in understanding where the body was located in relationship to the road?
I do.
Okay. Your Honor, State moves to admit State's Exhibit 47.
So we're now in the Scene to Go application, and so I'm going to click on this, which opens up this specific case that we're talking about here with the body recovery.
So,
Sorry.
Agent, what are the dots on that?
Thank you so much. Back to Blue, you said I signed the petition for Domenic. If you guys don't know about the petition, it's in the description box. I have shared it in the chat previously as well. So just look in the description box. There is one called Domenic's Law that I believe his grandmother created.
Image.
So what we're looking at here is very small at the moment, but I can zoom in on it. This is an overhead view of the scan data. What you're looking at in this data is millions of individual points that are recorded. For each scan, there are millions of points, and together it's a very large project. These are all points in 3D, and at the moment we're just looking down from above, and then these icons indicate locations where a scan was taken, and if you see a circle with a number in it, that's a cluster of scans that are very close together. So it just indicates here, for example, where it says 11, that there are 11 scans that were taken in a very tight cluster around that circle.
Could you just click on one of the red dots?
So by clicking on the dot, it gives you some other options to view the data. So if we click on this one, we're now in a view where you have the scan data, but in addition to taking the scans, it also takes a 360-degree spherical image. So it's like you're standing in the location where that scan was taken, and you can look in different directions. So you can actually click and drag this. So this is up at the edge of the turnoff. Those are some of our trucks there. This is Route 40. And the location of the body recovery was roughly down here. And I'm saying that because I see this cluster of scans, and we took most of the scans around where the body recovery was because that was obviously the most important part of the scene.
And then there was a fly-through image, I believe, when you initially opened that up. Can you click on that? What are we seeing here?
So this is a fly-through video. So this is taking that three-dimensional data, and we can actually move through it and then record it like a video, as if you were traveling through it in 3D. So should I go ahead and click to play it? Okay. So this will bring up a video. So this is showing the remains. It seems to have paused here. Doesn't seem to be playing very well. It's kind of herky-jerky, but you can see some of the remains here. This is the victim's leg. Over here is his head, which is a little hard to make out in this image. And as you can see, there's a lot of little dots in there, and that's all that scan data that's recorded. And it's all 3D data. It seems to be going a little bit smoother. Where we're coming in, you can see the trees that are around and above the victim's remains. Again, it's a little hard to tell, and even from the photos that you saw.
He's almost got like a Ted Bundy look about him. Just like, this guy is just ice cold, right?
Really blended into the terrain.
Now, there's some portions of the image that are, I guess, sort of gray spots. Can you explain why that is?
Yeah, those missing parts of the image are just areas that are essentially shadows where the scanner couldn't see. It's a line of sight instrument, so if it can't see it directly, it's not going to have any data for that. So if there's, for example, a tree that's in the way, what's behind that tree is going to be a void. So it seems to be having problems again.
Now, well, you can go ahead and have a seat. If you were to look over the edge from the cutout, would you be able to view where the body was?
No, from the edge of the turnout, the body was completely obscured by the vegetation.
Now, what do you do once you've documented, you've done the photographs, you've done the survey, what do you do to remove the body?
So we reached out to the Grand County Coroner's Office. We have to work with the Coroner's Office to move human remains. So they responded to the scene as well. And we showed them where the remains were located. It was in a very difficult to reach area. It was pretty steep. And because of the positioning of the remains, the positioning of all the different parts of the remains, which were partially disarticulated, we're interested in keeping them in as close to that orientation as possible and get them to the medical examiner in that orientation. So we improvised kind of an envelope. So they had a semi-rigid board that we could use, and we made kind of a clamshell design, and we used that to slide under the remains and bring the remains onto that, again trying to keep them in their orientation as much as possible, and then close that envelope on top, and then we taped that down so that there was pressure holding everything in place. And then we used that and the ropes that we had already set up to work our way back up the slope and keep that envelope as level as possible as we brought it up.
Okay, now where did you take the remains at that point?
So at that point, the remains went into the custody of the Grand County Coroner's Office, and I next saw them 2 days later at the autopsy, which was conducted in Fort Collins, Colorado, at the Larimer County Coroner's Office.
So you were present for the autopsy?
Yes, sir.
Now, at the conclusion of the autopsy, was there a decision made as to where the remains would go at that point?
At the conclusion of the autopsy, I recommended that because his remains were primarily skeletonized, that they should be examined by an anthropologist. So the FBI laboratory has 2 certified forensic anthropologists in Quantico, Virginia. So the deputy coroner agreed that that would be a good next step. So the deputy coroner actually drove the remains to the FBI field office in Denver following the autopsy, and then I took custody of the remains at that point, and they went into FBI evidence to be later shipped to Quantico, Virginia for anthropological examination.
Now, one of the other witnesses testified that some fly larvae were collected at the scene. What did you do with, did you do anything with the larvae?
Yes, there were 2 sets of larvae that were collected. One set was killed on scene to stop any development, and then a second set was collected alive. So all of that evidence went back to the FBI field office in Denver, but the live specimens we kept down in the ERT space. They were provided with a food source, and they were allowed to mature and pupate and emerge as adult flies. So that we could send those adult flies to the entomologist for their examination. And after that had happened, those adult flies were euthanized by placing them into a freezer, and they were sent along with the preserved larvae, the maggots, to the entomologist for examination at Texas A&M University.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 48.
Yes, sir.
What's on that exhibit?
So this is a photograph taken at the Larimer County Coroner's Office where the autopsy was conducted. And this is that improvised envelope that we had used to collect the victim's remains that I described. This is it before we opened it for the autopsy.
Does that accurately reflect, to depict and reflect the container that you created for the remains of Domenic Aguilar?
Yes, sir, it does.
Vicky says, if the mother didn't want Domenic, I'm sure her mother would have gladly taken him. None of this had to happen to the sweet boy. Absolutely. And so did her sister, because they said Dominic's aunt. She also said, can't your children stay here while you sort yourself out? Because she knew they're going to leave. You know, they wanted to go to Texas for who knows what reason, running around the country and eventually leaving and going to Costa Rica. But yes, her mother, Nickole's mother, and then her sister would have gladly taken them. It's absolutely unnecessary what happened here. Doesn't this district attorney remind you, I don't know if it's a good comparison or not to make, okay? I'm not vetting the actor, I'm just saying, doesn't it remind you a little bit of Dane Cook? You know that actor? Just the way he is, right? The mannerisms. Hannah said, the photo of the victim breaks my heart. He looks scared. Yeah, shame, man. I think that was when he was a little bit younger, but shame, this poor little boy. Oh my goodness. He was 5 years old when he died.
State moves State's Exhibit 48. So what are we looking at here?
As I was describing, this is the envelope that we created. So again, it's kind of a clamshell design with a semi-rigid board that we have folded over. And that's what we slid under the remains and put his remains on, and then secured them between the two layers of that clamshell and taped everything closed to secure it.
Now, about how big are these boards?
That's probably about maybe 2.5 to 3 feet square.
Okay, so 2.5 to 3 feet on each side.
Yes.
And you were present when the box was opened at the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir, I was.
There were a good number of fly larvae or maggots on the corpse at that time.
Yes, sir. During the collection, we did see maggots on and near the body, but when that envelope was opened up, there was a massive number of maggots that were present that had apparently been inside the remains and come out during transport and storage.
And have you've done evidence recovery of human corpses in the past?
Yes, sir.
Is it common for fly larvae or maggots to colonize a human corpse?
Yes, it is.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, be excused.
Yes,
Thank
Your
you.
Honor.
Thank you, Agent DeFrance. Good morning, welcome back. Thank you for your patience while we work out you.
And now we're on the next day. So I think this is day 4 now. Flying through witnesses, right? Look at us go. Day 3, 4, 5, and 6 is what we're watching today. The footage we have is a total of 3 hours and 58 minutes for all of those days. So here we go with day 4.
State requirements.
State calls Constance Fisher.
You may proceed.
Dr. Fisher, could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Constance Fisher, and Fisher is spelled Fisher.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a biologist, forensic examiner in the DNA casework unit, which is in the laboratory division of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
And how long have you been employed with the FBI?
For 27 years.
Did you receive items to test for DNA in this case?
Yes, I did.
Why is he doing that? Did you see that? He's like, okay, her name is, write it down. 27 years, write that down. What does he think is he pretending to be a lawyer there? Like, what? This guy's unbelievable.
And what did you receive and what were your results?
Received a tissue sample from the remains. Received a buccal or a cheek swab sample from Nickolle Aguilar, who was told to me to be the mother of Domenic Aguilar. Received another cheek swab sample from Jeremy Jarvis, who was told to me to be the father of Domenic Aguilar. And we also received a cheek swab sample from Domenic Aguilar's maternal grandmother, but we didn't end up testing that because we had the mother and father. So went through those 3 samples, then went through our DNA processing, and I looked at the DNA profiles. I saw that they fit that expected parent-child relationship. So I performed a kinship index calculation and got a kinship index of 76 quintillion. So in other words, the DNA results from the DNA profiles from the tissue sample was 76 quintillion times more likely if it came from a child of Nickolle Aguilar and Jeremy Jarvis than if it came from someone unrelated.
sometimes if you see me going like, I'm not, my microphone is muted while we listen, but I'm like, quintillion. Okay, in case you think, are you muted? No, I'm just talking along, miming along over here.
Related to them. This provides very strong evidence that item 1 came from Domenic Aguilar. And a quintillion is, 76 quintillion is 76 followed by 18 zeros.
Pass the district.
No question.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Yes, my name is Dr. Casey Flint, Flint.
And what do you do for a living?
I am an assistant lecturer and an academic advisor at Texas A&M University.
And what is your primary field of study?
I am a board-certified forensic entomologist.
Could you explain to the jury what a forensic entomologist is and how one becomes board certified?
Yes, so a forensic entomologist will look at insect evidence as it relates to the legal system. There are various capacities in which we can do this, but the most common one that people associate entomology with is medical legal forensic entomology. And that's where we typically focus on deaths, abuse, and neglect of humans or animals. A person can become board certified through the American Board of Forensic Entomology. We take a 12-hour exam that is kind of comprehensive of forensic entomology, history, insects, casework that we look at. So it's about a 12-hour exam that we take.
Were you asked in this case to analyze larvae and maggots associated with human remains?
Yes, I was sent larvae and adults.
May I personal witness, Judge?
Yes.
And well, could you explain to the jury what your lab looks like and how you receive items to be tested?
Yes, so at this time I was associated with a lab at Texas A&M University. In this case specifically, we were contacted by the FBI to see if we would be able to receive and analyze evidence from them. They shipped it, I don't remember the carrier, but they shipped it to Texas A&M University, and we receive it, we process it, photograph it as we unopen it. We will look at the insects that we received, see what life stage they are in and what species they belong to. After we have those two parts of information, we will look up development data. So essentially that tells us at what temperature, how long they take to go through their development, through their different stages of their life cycle. And then we use the ambient temperature closest to the scene that we can find to correlate essentially how old these insects are at that scene that were collected.
Could you explain to the jury what time of colonization means?
Yes, so a time of colonization is our estimate that determines how old those insects are and when they were laid on a set of remains as eggs.
And what are some assumptions or data that you need to come to that type of conclusion?
So the first thing we need to have is we need to identify the species of whatever insect is sent to us. The insect development rate is species dependent, so they don't all develop at the same rate, so we have to know the species. We also have to know the life stage that it was at. So insects will go through, and flies specifically, they will go through a holometabolous development, which means they go through a pupal stage, so their immatures look very different from their adult form, right? The most common one we associate that with is butterflies, right? Caterpillars look very different from the adult butterflies. So flies go through the same process. They're laid as eggs to start. They will go through 3 immature stages. We call those larval instars. So as they go through these stages, they get older, they get bigger, and at this time in their life, they're consuming tissue. That is their primary life function during their larval stage, is they're consuming tissue or whatever food source they were laid on as eggs. Once they have enough nutrition to support their metamorphosis, right, their pupal kind of transition into the adult stage, they will leave that food resource that they've been feeding on. They'll find a safe place to pupate, which is what we call kind of when they turn into that cocoon stage. During that stage, they will digest all of their kind of larval anatomy, and they will reform their adult structures. So they have to have enough nutrition in that immature stage to allow for that transition into adulthood.
Yes.
Do you recognize those images?
I do.
What are they?
They are photos that I took of the evidence as I was unpackaging it.
And then specifically going to State's Exhibit 53 and State's Exhibit 54, what are those?
So 53 is a screenshot from the website of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. This is where the government essentially regulates weather data. So we use this website to pull reliable weather data from weather stations across the United States. 54 specifically is showing the relative location of the weather station that was used to obtain weather data versus where the remains were recovered.
And are these fair and accurate depictions of the photos from 49 to 52?
Yes.
And then on 53 and 54, is that a true and correct copy of the type of data that you use to come to your opinion and conclusion?
Yes.
State moves.
MKO said, under awful circumstances, but how fascinating is this entomologist, right?
To admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 49 through 54, Judge. And let me approach defense.
No further objections on 49 through 54 are admitted.
Permission published?
Yes.
So I'll put on the screen.
Okay, so we're watching a defluffed version of this trial, of course. Today we're watching day 3, 4, 5, and 6. If you missed yesterday, day 1 and 2, you might want to check that out afterwards. It's a timestamp for you as well. So we're on day 4 now. We'll watch day 5 as well with the witnesses, and then day 6 will be the closing arguments, and we'll also be watching the verdict. Speedy, this is a Grizzly Speedy trial, a 6-day trial in 2 days that we're watching together here. Also, Healing Art, you said taking the dog for a walk, be right back. No, take us with you. Take us with you. Thank you all for being here. Please like and share, not because when you like, I know it's hard sometimes in these like true crime cases to like. It might feel weird. But remember, you're wanting others to come and chat with us, or you like the way that I present true crime. That's what it's for. Very logical. It's for the algorithm, of course, and to let other people hear about it. Not because you like what happened to Domenic or something like that. Okay.
Screen, State's Exhibit 49. What is it?
So that was the first container inside the box. So it was a paint can that the evidence was sent in.
And then going on to State's Exhibit 50, what do we see?
So that is as soon as I took the lid off of the paint can, showing how the evidence was packaged inside of that container.
And then we will go on to State's Exhibit 51. What do we see?
So 51 is item number 6 that was sent to us, just documenting, again, how it was sent, with all of the information about where it was collected and what is supposed to be inside.
And so we see here it talks about being found underneath the body, and in the insects are in alcohol.
Yes.
And any reason for that?
So the alcohol serves as a preservation method for these insects. It's also a buffer because sometimes as they get shipped, if there's not a buffer, it can damage the specimens themselves. So when we train practitioners, we train them to include we train them to ship the insects in ethanol as it preserves them.
And you just said that you train practitioners. Who do you train?
So I've trained quite a few people. I've trained students at the university, I've trained law enforcement, all the way from local law enforcement to federal agents.
And we'll move on to State's Exhibit 52. What's State's Exhibit 52 that we see on the screen?
52 is item number 7. Again, it has the location it was collected from, and on the bottom it says that they were reared to adulthood.
And then State's Exhibit 53, what do we see?
53 is the screenshot from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration showing the approximate location and the weather stations that were available.
And State's Exhibit 54, what do we see?
54 is the screenshot from Google Maps that shows how far that weather station was to the site where the remains were located.
And so going back to State's Exhibit 52, in analyzing the contents of State's Exhibit 52, what was sent to you, were you able to determine the species of insect?
I was, based on item number 7.
Okay, and what was that?
I'm not sure if
And when you refer to item 7, that's the photograph.
I'm just quickly going to pause here. A lot of people are asking throughout this trial, which we're watching for 2 days, right? why no murder charges? And why the plea deal? Well, I think the plea deal for the mother would be to get the maximum amount of information out. She's going to face 5 to 15 years. And part of the plea deal would be to testify against the boyfriend who's on trial here. Why was he not charged with murder? They have to be very careful, once they are going to prosecute, because you want the maximum punishment. So if you think of Casey Anthony, well, that went wrong, right? And then if you think of Kyron Horman's case, they're being very careful. I'm sure in his case, at some point, we're going to see cuffs on somebody. If you haven't heard of Kyron Horman's case, please go check it out. If you follow me on X as well, I'm reposting some posts over there about his case, because they're having a car wash for him. It's Saturday, June 1st and Sunday, June 2nd. I really hope there'll be answers in his case soon as well. And by answers, I mean probably cuffs on people. But they have to be so careful, right? When building the case in here, in order to get this guy the maximum punishment. I think they did the right thing with the charges that they went for, because it'll be incredibly difficult to prove murder, even though Domenic died from the abuse. But at the point at which they found his remains, skeletal remains, couldn't prove murder. Could see that there's abuse, there were bones that were fractured and things like that. But I think that here, he could still face life in prison. He's facing between, what did I say yesterday? I think it was 5 up to 99 years or life in prison. I like the or part. Yes, judge. Or life in prison. He will be sentenced on August 14th. If you didn't know, he's already been found guilty. We are a little bit behind because this trial was so damn quick. 6-day trial, including everything. So we started yesterday. We're finishing today. Just so glad that this defendant now is convicted. So he's now a convicted child abuser who caused the death of Domenic. So let's hope for life without parole. That'll be amazing. Okay. So yeah, Mrs. Melissa said it's much better than letting him go free like Casey Anthony. I mean, that case is absolutely infuriating. So yes.
In State Civil 52, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what did you determine or find out about the species?
So there were 2 species that were present in the sample. The first one is Formia regina. The second species is Protoformia terranove.
What is the difference between those 2 species?
They're in the same family, so they're all blowflies, right? They're all kind of the same type of fly. But when we get down to the more granular level of taxonomy, right? So how different species are related to one another, they are in different genus groups, right? So they are related to each other in a way that they are the same type of fly, but they are different species, and so they have different life history traits, different developmental rates, etc.
What about habitat or where they come from?
With these species specifically?
Right.
Okay, so these specific species for Formia regina, it's a fairly common species throughout the United States. We have them in Texas. Typically we see them towards the cooler months, so maybe October, September through maybe March or April. For Protoformia terranove, they're, according to the key that I identified them with, they include distribution data. And there was no documented occurrence of Protoformia terranove in Texas. The lowest that they found geographically was in kind of the Colorado line.
Okay, and why is that?
Different species essentially specialize in different temperatures, right? If we go to somewhere very cold, us being from Texas, right, we're not truly adapted to cold weather. Same thing with species, right? For any type of animal, they kind of adapt to different conditions. And in Colorado specifically for Protoformia terranove, it was documented that they're at higher elevations. And so there are different microclimates that are associated with elevations as well as in the United States. And so they have their specialized geographic range where they can be essentially the either the dominant species or they can compete enough to survive there.
So we talked about colonization and that during that colonization process, the insects are eating. What are they primarily eating?
So these species specifically, they consume decomposing organic matter. With a lot of the blowfly species, we will see them associated with food trash, with vertebrate remains, but there are species that do specialize on vertebrate remains, or what we call carrion.
And would that include human remains?
Yes, it does.
And when that is happening, what parts of the body are they going for first? And then what is that overall projection and how fast is that?
So when the adult female will lay eggs, in the egg stage, they're defenseless, right? They're encapsulated in the egg sac, really. And so when female flies lay eggs, she will lay them in kind of natural bodily openings. So eyes, ears, nose, mouth, genitals if they're exposed, or any wounds that are present on the body. And that's because when these first instars hatch, they're very, very small. And so they need to be located by parts of remains that are soft tissue, right? They have easy access to the soft tissue of eyes, our nasal cavity, the mouth. And so as they develop and they get older, they can move into other parts of the body. So they'll start really kind of concentrated in the facial region, depending on what other bodily openings are available. Then they tend to move towards where the tissue is concentrated, so mostly the torso. So we'll see them move into the torso. As that is consumed, they will go into really the extremities.
And which would include the arms and legs?
Yes.
And so you talked about how in the face, that's, I guess, one of the primary or first locations of colonization. Does that also then lead to the insects consuming portions of the brain matter?
It can, yes.
And how do they go into the skull?
So a lot of the times they will get direct access through the back of the mouth or up through the nose or even in through the ears.
And then once that's consumed, that's part of their food source and we're not getting it back.
Correct. They incorporate it into their own body tissue.
Based on your analysis of what you received from the FBI, is there a date of possible colonization that occurred on or about July 26th of 2021?
Yes.
It's like with a D flap next. No disrespect to any of the witnesses. It's just I try to keep in all the information that would be of use to us. You know what I mean? That would help us understand this case. So off we go to Dr. Burson, forensic pathologist and coroner. All right? So here we are.
The witness has been sworn. You may proceed.
Good morning, Dr. Burson. Could you state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
It's Michael Burson, B-U-R-S-O-N.
And what is your job?
I am a private practice forensic pathologist in Colorado, and I'm also an appointed coroner in Weld County, Colorado.
What is a forensic pathologist?
A forensic pathologist is a medical doctor who has specialized training in pathology, which is the study of disease, and more specialized training in the medical legal aspects of death and disease, which would be forensics. So I'm a medical doctor who practices forensic pathology.
So who are your patients?
Unfortunately, well, dead people.
And
The way he smiles. Isn't he so sweet? He's just like, who are your patients? Well, dead people.
what education do you have to attain to be a forensic pathologist?
So the minimum for a forensic pathologist is a undergraduate degree, and then a medical degree, and then residency training in anatomic pathology, and then fellowship training in forensic pathology.
And so you do autopsies?
I do.
How many autopsies have you done?
Oh, it's over 5,000 at this point.
And how long have you been doing it?
I've been doing it for 14 years now.
And have you done autopsies on children?
I have.
Have you done autopsies involving blunt force trauma?
I have.
Did you do an autopsy in this case?
I did.
Are we up to 54?
55 is your next one.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Who did you do an autopsy on in this case?
I did on the remains of Domenic Aguilar-Acevedo.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 55, State's Exhibit 56, State's Exhibit 57, State's Exhibit 58, and State's Exhibit 59.
Okay,
Do you recognize those?
I do.
Where were those pictures taken?
These were taken at the morgue facility where I performed my examination.
Okay. And do those pictures accurately represent the remains and all? All right.
Quick cuts,
I'm going
quick
to show you
cuts.
State's Exhibit 56.
Okay.
So what are we looking?
You know, when they go through the exhibits and say, State's Exhibit 33, 34, 35, but we're not learning anything. You know what I mean? They're just counting the numbers. So that's why that was chopped. I'm not going to explain every single time. This is obviously a defluff speedy trial. If you want to go and watch the raw footage and counting all the exhibits and all of the fluff, right? It's on KSAT 12.
Looking at there.
This is the remains of the decedent after they've been removed from the packaging they arrived in and laid out roughly anatomically on a clean sheet of plastic.
Okay, now, so when they arrived, how did they arrive?
They were essentially sandwiched between a piece of cardboard or plastic and wrapped in plastic sheeting and then sealed with duct tape to just kind of contain the remains from the site.
I'm showing you what's been previously entered as Exhibit 48. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay, and what is that?
That is the packaging that I just described that contains the remains.
Johnny, Desant, there was a time where when I defluffed, right? And then I put in those fades. You said, nice little fade. And now every time I do this defluffing and I edit the videos, all I hear is your voice, your voice. I've never heard you saying, nice little fade. Sometimes I put in those nice little fades.
And then exhibit, what are the remaining exhibits? What do these depict?
So these are articles of clothing that were also contained within that package, admixed with the tissue and remains that I described previously. So this is clothing that's covered in dirt, debris, and insects.
What color is the shirt?
It's a blue shirt.
And the underwear is, what logo's on the underwear?
Batman.
You mentioned bugs on the clothing. When you initially opened...
So did I hear correctly that it was a Batman shirt, so they changed the shirt again? Because Nickolle said she put on camo pants and a Baby Yoda shirt. If they changed his body again, redressed, that is so weird. Oh my goodness.
The board sandwiched together, what happened?
I'm not sure I understand what happened.
Were there more bugs?
There are abundant bugs, maggots typically.
And how did they come out? Were they inside the body?
They were covering all contents of the package, the clothing, the hair, the extremities, the dirt. They're abundant.
Thank you. I must listen more carefully. It was like Batman. Okay, he did love, Domenic loved Batman, Spider-Man, and Jurassic Park. Tiddlywink said Batman undies. Okay, because yeah, his mother said a Baby Yoda shirt, which reminds me of another Domenic that was from the Burgos Aviles trial. And he was also wearing a Baby Yoda shirt. Shame! 2 Domenics in horrifying cases. Both found in Baby Yoda shirts. Sure, that Burgos Aviles trial, if you've never seen it, you can always go watch the replays. All the trials that we've ever covered here are time-stamped for you, so it makes it really easy to just see all the witnesses you want to see, get the gist of the case, or watch the whole thing. Every day I get comments in my, because YouTube just shows you the comment section as they roll in from all the videos collectively for me. So I could see people are watching trials from last year or just a couple of months ago. So thank you if you are watching the replays of those trials.
So you mentioned, and I'm not going to show the picture, you mentioned in one of the exhibits you had taken the remains and sort of organized them on the table.
Yes.
What did you do after that?
Well, after we laid them out, I examined them roughly, just trying to account for what parts were recognizable, and then we X-rayed them.
In this case, were you able to arrive at a conclusion as to how Domenic Aguilar died?
Not conclusively, no.
And why is that?
Because I had so little of him to examine, and the condition of the body really limited my ability to see detail or evidence of injuries or natural disease.
So what would you need in order to arrive at a conclusion, to rule out disease or to rule out any particular injury?
Well, ideally an intact, non-decomposed body, but at minimum, having soft tissue where the injured tissue is still present to look at, or even intact, even partially decomposed organs would allow me to look for natural disease or injury. So the presence of tissue would have been very, very helpful.
Yes, my name is Angi Christensen, and Christensen is spelled C-H-R.
Anyone feeling abandoned by Dr. Burson? Where'd he go? Gone. Now we've got Angi Christensen. We actually see Dr. Burson back the next day. We're watching it all today. So don't worry, he'll be back, okay? Rowena said he won't last in prison. He'll have new friends. Mm-hmm.
I-S-T-E-N-S-E-N.
What do you do?
I am a forensic anthropologist with the FBI laboratory.
And so what is a forensic anthropologist?
A forensic anthropologist is someone who studies human skeletal remains or material that may potentially be human skeletal remains.
And were you sent human skeletal remains in this case?
Yes.
Who sent them to you?
These were received, I'm not sure exactly who mailed them. I think they may have come from the medical examiner's office.
And the remains you received, were they identified at that point?
Yes.
And who were they the remains of?
If I might be able to refer to my notes, so I get the name.
Yes.
Okay. They were identified to me as belonging to Domenic Aguilar.
So when you do an examination of remains, can you go over with the jury how that looks?
Yes, well, the examination, the anthropological examination, depends in part on the condition and amount of skeletal material that's present. In this case, there was still some soft tissue that was decomposed and adhering to some of the skeletal remains or bones. This I removed in the laboratory so that I could examine the bone surfaces directly. In this case, my examination also involved looking at the bone surfaces visually, using a microscope, and also using radiology.
So when you say visually, you're just talking about putting them on a bench and just looking
examining them with the unaided eyes.
And then the microscope is?
The microscope is just a tool for looking at things up close or magnified.
And then what is the other instrument you said?
Radiologically, so that means using x-rays.
And what are you looking for when you're doing examinations?
It depends on the case and the nature of the request. Sometimes anthropologists are helping in the identification process, so trying to figure out to whom the remains might belong. In this case, the remains had already been identified, and I was asked to look at the skeletal remains for possible signs of trauma.
And then, so what are you when you're looking for signs of trauma, what is it you're looking for?
I'm looking for any disruption to the bone that may have come from an outside force.
What is the term remodeling? What does that mean?
Remodeling is a term that refers to bone that is undergoing typically a healing process, or it also occurs during growth and development, but typically it's seen in the healing process when a bone is fractured.
So, if I fall and break my leg, and you look at my bone, how is it going to appear?
When a bone is broken, the body immediately starts the healing process. And one of the first things the body does is lay down what's called a soft callus. So this is the production of loosely organized bone that the body lays down very quickly in an attempt to repair that fracture and join those fractured pieces back together. Over time, that soft callus is remodeled into a hard callus that looks much more like regular dense bone, but usually appears as a bump on the bone surface. With enough time, that bone is remodeled back to its original shape.
So are there different stages in this process?
Yes, so the initial stage is that soft callus formation. That is typically seen within days to weeks of when the fracture occurred. Hard callus formation is typically weeks to months after that fracture occurred, and typically the final bone remodeling to its original shape takes months to years.
So when you say days to weeks, are you ever able to be more precise than that?
Not really, because fracture healing depends on a lot of variables, including which bone was broken and how severely, the age of the individual, their health status. All these things affect how quickly a fracture heals, so it's not possible to be more precise.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 60. Actually, I'm just going to stack this.
Just be careful while he's flashing those photos around.
60 through 80. Just take a minute to go through those. Tell me if you recognize them.
Yes.
Do these, or what are these pictures of?
These are photographs that I took during my examination documenting healing fractures.
Do these bones, do they accurately show the remodeling process that you just detailed?
Yes.
And if you look at them, can you see the physical phenomenon that you were talking about?
Yes.
Right. And these pictures accurately reflect the bones of Domenic Aguilar as you examine them?
Yes.
Any questions? Dr. Christensen, what are we looking at here?
This is the mandible or lower jawbone, and depicted there is a fracture along with some soft callus formation.
Your Honor, may the witness step down?
Yes.
Can you just...
As long as you remember to face forward when you answer so she can hear you.
Okay, I will, thank you.
Can you point to the jury what you're talking about?
Yes, so this is the fracture in the mandible here, and this kind of spongy looking bone here is that soft callus formation as part of the healing process.
Can you hand her a microphone? One of the housewives, the big ones.
The big ones? This
Yeah.
one? Oh.
Much better.
Who are we looking at here?
This is also the mandible or lower jawbone. This is a different fracture. This is the fracture line here, and all of this spongy looking bone is the soft callus formation.
Here, what do we see?
This is that same fracture picture, just from a different or more microscopic view.
So, can you kind of let the jury know where here is that fracture?
Those are two different fractures. This one is on a part of the bone called the ascending ramus, which is the part of the mandible that goes to meet your cranium. This fracture here is on the front.
Of course, right now we can't see it, which is good. And we can hear it though, and I boosted the sound just a little bit because they're a little further away from the mic right now. We're looking at the defendant. Yeah, look at him. He likes looking at these pictures, it seems. Horrible.
About right here.
What are we looking at here? Oh, sorry.
Please make sure you reference an exhibit number.
Okay, we're looking at State's Exhibit 68.
This is a picture of the left and right clavicles or collarbone and left and right scapulae or shoulder blades.
Did you find a fraction on this one?
There was a fracture on one of the scapulae, yes.
And then State's Exhibit 67. What are we looking at here?
This is a fracture line here, and you can see some of that remodeling bone or soft callus.
Dr. Bullbutter, always like the name. Dr. Bullbutter says, I want to see fractures. Well, the court's not showing it. I don't know if it's graphic or not. I'm not too sure what exactly they've got there. Is it x-rays? Is it actual bones? What is it? I'm not sure, but we can hear at least. Okay, so off we go.
Now, you may have said this, your scapula, what part of the body is that?
Scapula is also called a shoulder blade.
This is State's Exhibit 73. What are we looking at there?
This is an image depicting the hip bone, and in children, many bones start out in multiple pieces that eventually grow and fuse together as the child grows. The hip bone starts out in 3 pieces, and these are 3 pieces each of the left and right hip bones.
This is State 72. What are we looking at there?
Those are the left and right ischia, and those are one of the 3 parts from the previous photograph. And this is showing that on parts of the ischia, there's remodeling or soft callus formation.
So where on a human being is this part of the body?
The ischium, you're sitting on it. It's the part of your hip bone that makes at the very bottom of your pelvis.
And what's the nature of this fracture here?
These are fractures where this bone would meet up with another part of the pelvis where they're not joined together by a bony junction yet. They're probably held together by cartilage. That fracture is at that junction.
Caroline, I put it there for you. Look at it. Look at it. How do I fake innocence? There's a thought bubble over his head now.
What are we looking at here?
These are the left and right ribs depicted here and here, as well as some fractured rib fragments that are not joined to the other parts of the ribs.
Okay. And what did you observe on these fractures?
These fractures also, I believe they're depicted more in close-ups in other pictures, but there is soft callus formation on the ends of these broken ribs.
So I'm going to show State's Exhibit 76. What are we looking at here?
This is one of those, actually this rib shows 2 fractures here, one of the ones on the end with that spongy soft callus. There's also a fracture here surrounded by soft callus.
So, and again, the soft callus is indicative of?
It's the bone remodeling process as the bone is beginning to heal.
Interesting. I see you guys in chat saying that Dr. Angi, sorry, it's spelled with just A-N-G-I, no E, Dr. Angi Christensen, FBI forensic anthropologist, testified in Chad Daybell's trial. Interesting. Okay. And here she is.
State's Exhibit 77.
This is, again, one of those broken rib fragments, but one of the pieces that's broken away and not joined to the other part of the rib.
And then you see the remodeling on this one?
Yes, the picture is a bit blurry, but all of this kind of spongy-looking bone is the remodeling.
State's Exhibit 78.
Similarly, this is a fractured end of a rib and a soft callus formation.
Bertie, sorry guys, I won't interrupt too much now. I just want to say, you said, hello, my Grizzly fam. I thought I would join and see if I can cope with this case. Thank you so much for joining. We'll be done with this case today. It's a very hard case. At least we have to cope with it for 2 days, right? Yesterday and today, and then we're done. But if it's too much for anyone at any point, remember to look after your mental health, okay?
79.
This is the same fractured end here and soft callus formation here.
And 80.
The same. I believe the end of the rib is just out of the picture there, and this is all soft callus.
You can have a seat, doctor. So in order for bones to have the soft callus tissue, when does the injury have to occur?
This means that the injury occurred prior to death.
So there's a term, I don't know if you've used it yet, perimortem.
Perimortem refers to trauma that occurred at or around the time of death. These fractures that we just looked at are what's called antemortem or before death. And we know they occurred before death because we can see the body's response in that beginning of the healing process.
And you said earlier, you were expressing in general terms, but in terms of a time frame, these injuries here, when did they occur?
Soft callus formation is generally within days to weeks after the fracture occurred, but I can't be more precise than that.
A couple more questions. Did you examine I know the jaw is part of the skull, did you examine the rest of the skull?
Yes, I did.
Did you find any fractures there?
I did not find any fractures on the cranium, no.
And how did you do that examination?
I examined it visually, microscopically, and I took a CT scan of the cranium, which allowed me to look for whether I could see any fractures that were internal to the cranium that I couldn't see on the outside.
Ask the witness, Your Honor.
So it's fair to say, if I understood you correctly, that at or around the time of death, there's no evidence of any injuries, correct?
I didn't find any, no.
And it's also fair to say that your report says the ante-mortem trauma, what you were talking about with the ribs and the fractures on the ribs and other parts of the body, that timing is undetermined according to your report, right?
The timing is undetermined, that's correct.
And the reason it's undetermined is, to be fair, everyone heals differently from injuries, right?
That's correct, yes.
So instead of days, it could be weeks, months. We just don't know on a particular individual because everyone heals differently, right?
Everyone does heal differently, but soft callus formation is that early part of the healing process and is typically seen within days to weeks. Hard callus formation, which takes more time, is typically seen in weeks to months.
And so it's fair to say, once again, the ante-mortem trauma, what you talked about with the cracks on the ribs.
This guy, did you see how he's staring at Tony's notes? He's like, and now he's also going to write something down. He's a copycat. He's copying her homework. Oh my goodness. Look at this guy go.
The jaw, the sternum, anywhere else, we don't know. It's undetermined, right?
It is in the early stages of healing.
It's a yes or no. It's undetermined, right?
The timing is ultimately undetermined, yes.
And so when you are looking at these bones in your lab, you're taking notes at your bench, right?
Yes.
And those are called bench notes. And those have been shredded, right?
No, I provided copies of my bench notes in discovery.
No, ma'am, your handwritten notes were shredded, right?
I don't know that I took handwritten notes in this case.
Well, we don't have them, right? In other words, you didn't bring them with you today, did you?
I don't believe they exist.
Damn, this attorney's being disrespectful to this expert. Sure. He's got his snarky pants on. It's not a good look for him, though. Let's call them grouchy pants. We've got our snarky pants on.
I think you called it the circular confidential trash, right? You remember testifying on February 15th, 2024, right?
Yes, I said that in some cases, and I couldn't recall for this one specifically, I sometimes take temporary handwritten notations. I prefer to take my bench notes that are typed because I think it's easier to read and because I like to put photographs of... What?
All I asked is if you brought your handwritten notes with you, did you?
I don't think there are handwritten notes for this
When
case.
you testified on February 15th, 2024, I asked you, are your handwritten notes still around? And you said no, right?
Part of that
You said no.
Part of that discussion was a hypothetical because I said I don't recall that I actually took any handwritten notes in this case.
Let her finish her answer.
Oh, please finish, ma'am.
As I recall, you questioned me about the potential of the existence of any handwritten notes, and I said that my bench notes are electronic, and that in some cases I might take temporary memory aids until I get to my computer to type up those notes, but that I wasn't certain that I did that in this case.
Anything else, ma'am?
No.
So I'm showing you page 100 of your testimony from February 15th, 2024.
I don't like it. I don't like the tone towards this expert. He's like, anything else, ma'am? She's like, no. Sis, this is not nice. 1-star rating for this cross-examination.
And what did I ask you, ma'am?
Are your handwritten ones still around?
And what was your answer?
No.
Did you qualify it?
No.
You just said no, right, ma'am?
That's correct.
And to be fair, what you just testified about in front of the ladies and gentlemen jury, the bones on there, they're gone, aren't they? They've been cremated, haven't they?
Once I'm done with my examination, I return the evidence to the agency who submitted it, and I'm not sure what happens to the evidence after that time.
You have not spoken to any other agents in the Bureau, the agent mail yet? Any other agents about them sending that body back to SAPD, or an SAPD saying, we don't want it, we're sending it to the funeral home for cremation? You didn't ask anyone about that?
I'm not personally responsible for shipping evidence once I'm done with my examination, and what the funeral home does with the remains is beyond my control.
Not very fair, the funeral home cremated it before we had a chance to look at it, is it?
I can't speak to that. That's not my responsibility.
And you didn't take any microscopic slides, did you, ma'am?
There was no purpose for taking microscopic slides in this case.
Yes or no? Did you take microscopic slides? Yes or no?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Just briefly, the stages of remodeling, the first one is the soft callus.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And then after that, you said hard callus?
Yes.
Did you find any of that on the bones?
No.
And then hard callus, you said with soft callus, that you're talking about days to weeks.
Yes, correct.
Hard callus, what is the time
Typically around weeks to months.
Okay, wait, I gotta change my banner again. Now the state is asking again. I mean, the defense attorney definitely defending his client there with that cranky pants, right? He might, okay, we know the outcome of this case, right? He's found guilty. But he might at that moment make the jury think, wait a minute, what? It's like, you don't know? And then, the way he's like calling out, did you have it or not? What did you testify before? What do you have now? So anyway, we don't have to like it. He's just doing his job though, I know.
And then what's after the hard callus?
Fully remodeled bone, typically months to years following fracture.
Are you able to identify if there was a previous fracture that had fully healed?
I wouldn't be able to see that, no.
When you said there was no need to do a microscopic slide, could you explain?
Yes, microscopic slides are only used in anthropological examinations in my laboratory for determining human versus non-human origin. Histological slides, so I mentioned that I use microscopy, which is just using a microscope to look at a close-up view of the bone. Histology is something different, and that involves making a very thin section of a tissue or material, mounting it on a glass microscope slide, and looking at that under a microscope. That procedure of mounting the material onto a slide is destructive in nature, so we try not to do it unless it's absolutely necessary, and we only do it for determining whether that bone is human or non-human in origin. In this case, there was no reason to do histological slides.
So at the conclusion of your examination, how many photographs did you? We've seen plenty here. How many photographs did you?
I'm not sure. I think there were close to 100 specimens submitted, and I did photograph everything, but sometimes as groups, so there'd be multiple bones pictured in a single image, but I photographed everything.
And you did some imaging as well?
What type of imaging are you?
Along the cranium?
Yes, I did a CT scan, and a CT scan is just it's a bunch of x-rays that are stacked together by a computer to make a three-dimensional x-ray.
So if anybody wanted to review your work, they would have lots of imaging, photographs, you wrote a report?
Yes, all of my imaging as well as the data from the CT scan were provided in discovery.
Pass the witness.
You looked under a microscope to look at these injuries in more detail and a closer view, right?
Yes, that's correct.
But an expert that I would like to have look at those bones, they're gone, and he or she could not do that, could he or she? Right?
I guess not, no.
I'm sorry?
No, I guess not.
No further questions.
He should be excused.
Yes.
Thank you, doctor. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next witness.
Call Dr. Burson.
See, I told you he'll be back. Dr. Burson is back on the stand.
Dr. Burson.
Yes.
At the conclusion of your autopsy, was a decision made to send Domenic's remains to a forensic anthropologist?
Yes.
Why? Do medical examiners or pathologists, do they work with forensic anthropologists?
Yes.
And in what sort of circumstances would you want to collaborate with the forensic anthropologist?
Well, unfortunately, we do it often. If we have skeletal remains that we need to have examined for evidence of injuries that may help us determine a cause of death, or for identification purposes. So skeletal remains are often encountered by the community, and they come to our office, and then we will send them off to an anthropologist routinely.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Oh my word, we love it when a lurker comes out to say hi. You said hello, Grizzlies? My lurking time is over. Hello, Patches. Thank you for saying hi, and thank you for coming out of the den. Very nice.
Publishing States Exhibit 60. What is this here?
This is a photograph of the mandible from the decedent in this case.
What jumps out at you?
There's a fracture on the left front portion of this mandible.
All right, now, I guess just to be clear, you can't, when you see an injury, you can't ever determine exactly what caused that injury as a pathologist, can you?
No, we usually just attribute it to blunt force.
Okay, so when you say blunt force, what are you referring to?
A blunt object of some sort struck an individual, or an individual struck a blunt object. A force was applied in that area that resulted in a fracture.
All right, now, is this bone here, this is the jawbone, is it a hard bone?
Very hard.
And when you say force, can we, is this just any force?
It's a significant force.
Significant force, okay. In your experience as a medical examiner, pathologist, can this be caused by striking someone with a closed fist?
I have not personally encountered that, but that would be a blunt force.
Okay. Looking at States Exhibit 73, what do we see here?
So these are the bones of the pelvis of the decedent.
And the pelvis, where's that?
Your waist, at the bottom of your spine, the top of your legs join it. It's a complex three-dimensional structure that supports our body and we sit on.
So if someone were to put a child on a bed and strike them, in their words, on their bottom or their butt, is this the region they'd be striking?
Well, a portion of it, it would be, I don't know specifically how these bones are laid out, but the back portion of the pelvis has two little ring portions that I believe are on the lateral aspects or the sides of that picture. And yes, being struck on the bottom in that area would definitely impact the pelvis, specifically the area called the ischium.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 72 and previously admitted. What are we looking at here?
This would be close-up views of that area, the ischium of the posterior or back side of the pelvis.
Okay, so when someone were to use the expression bottom or butt, is that what we're talking about here?
That would be the bony portion of the bottom or butt that we are all sitting on right now.
Right. And then showing States Exhibit 75. What are we looking at here?
These are ribs from the decedent.
Have you reviewed Dr. Christensen's report?
I have.
And you've looked at the photographs and imaging that she did?
I've looked at the photographs. I did not analyze the imaging.
How would you describe the fractures in this case?
Well, I can only go by what she wrote, but the fractures that are described are, of most significance to me, they're multifocal. They include various parts of the body that are on different areas of the body.
So as a pathologist, why is that significant?
So when we describe fractures, and I've already said that's attributed to blunt force trauma, which means that some blunt object strikes an individual or an individual strikes a blunt object. If an individual was to fall from a height onto their buttocks, they may sustain these injuries. But the individual wouldn't simultaneously sustain injuries to their mandible or their jaw. So one of the underlying features of non-accidental trauma is injuries to multiple portions of the body on different body surfaces, because those typically can't occur simultaneous from one event. So the fact that here we have fractures distributed across the decedent's body illustrates or supports, to me, a conclusion of non-accidental trauma.
You said you've done...
Josh, maybe a question.
In addition to testifying about cause of...
Objection, can we approach? And then that's it. He's gone now, Dr. Burson. So now we have... I didn't catch this lady's name. I didn't hear them say it in the footage, but she's a medical examiner. Okay, so we're on to the next witness. As I say in the chat there, we are an hour and a half into the trial footage. We're watching day 3, 4, 5, and 6 today, which will include closing arguments and the verdict. And we have 4 hours worth of footage in total. So we're 1.5 in, okay?
Yeah. Have you testified here in San Antonio about what we call serious bodily injury?
Yes.
Now, you did not perform an autopsy in this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's because you perform autopsies on bodies where the deceased is found here.
Correct. The jurisdiction of a medical examiner lies in where the death occurs. So we are able to investigate any death that occurs within Bexar County.
Did you review any reports in preparation for your testimony?
Yes.
And who authored the reports that you reviewed?
There was an autopsy report performed and authored by a Dr. Michael Burson, and an anthropology report performed and authored by a Dr. Angi Christensen.
And as a medical examiner, do you sometimes rely on the opinions, conclusions, observations made by forensic anthropologists?
Yes.
Have you ever ordered forensic anthropology at the conclusion of one of your autopsies?
Yes.
And have you reviewed the photos of the bones in this case?
The ones that were supplied within the forensic anthropology report. Yes.
Now, you talked about being familiar with serious bodily injury. Do you believe that the bone fractures in this case are consistent with serious bodily injury?
That's for legal.
Judge, an expert's opinion is admissible even if it embraces the alternate issue that Rule 713 or 704. I don't remember which one off the top of my head.
I'm not talking that kind of conclusion, Your Honor. I'm saying jury determines if it's SBI or not. She testifies what the effect of the damage was. Jury decides if it's SBI or not.
Sustained.
What effects can untreated rib injuries have?
So rib injuries, I'm going to use as rib fractures. So an untreated rib fracture, a rib fracture in general usually results in pain. There's a lining called the pleural lining that surrounds the rib, doesn't surround, but is along the side of the rib, and it's has a lot of nerves in it, right? So you can feel a good deal of what your ribs are doing. So rib fractures usually result in pain, and that would be pain with, say, breathing, so inspiration, when your lungs, when your chest wall kind of expands, it would cause pain. It would also cause pain if with, say, coughing or expectorating, which is where you're trying to get things that don't belong in your lungs out of your lungs. And so when you're not doing those things as well, you're not fully breathing and you're not fully getting things out of your lungs that don't belong, that can lead to pneumonia, which is an infection in the lungs, which is then kind of even more difficult to treat, again, because of the fractures.
Now, there's also evidence of the pelvis, it's the bone there.
The ischium?
What are some ways that fracture could impair the child's functions?
I apologize, I'm just making sure it's the ischium and not the ilium. I want to make sure I'm correct. Yes, it's the ischium. So pelvic fractures, again, the pelvis is the bones that make up the kind of bottom of your abdomen, and it's where the muscles of the legs and the buttocks all insert, right? As well as the bones of the abdomen. So pelvic fractures, again, can be painful. And because of the muscles and tendons that insert into these bones, the way that that could manifest or show would be difficulties walking, maybe limping because of the pain. Again, difficulties breathing. I know that seems strange, but the abdomen actually has a lot to do in how we breathe. Those muscles go in and out when we breathe, as well as our chest. And so that can also be, depending on where the fractures are, that could also be painful. So the main manifestation of the pelvic fractures would be pain, and that pain could then affect, again, other functions like walking or movement or potentially even breathing.
There's a fracture in the jaw. How would you characterize that fracture?
There is a fracture. There's actually, I believe, 2 fractures of the jaw. One that appears to show more healing than the other. But these jaw fractures, I would say, are significant and certainly can also affect the functioning of the jaw. The jaw's job being mainly eating, or what we call masticating, chewing the food. And so when you have a fracture of the jaw, it can certainly affect whether or not you're eating appropriately. You likely want to eat only soft things that don't require a lot of chewing. But in addition, whenever you have a fracture of the jaw, there's a great deal of bacteria that lives in our mouth. And so when those fractures aren't treated appropriately, it can lead to infection in that bone. That's not uncommon for that particular complication to occur, in which case that infection can then lead to even more pain, even more difficulty eating, could even be long-term effects from that. But it can also lead to that infection getting into the bloodstream and causing what we call sepsis, where you're very, very ill, or even getting into the cranial cavity where the brain is, causing infection there as well.
In this case, what's the nature of the rib fractures?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Like, I guess there's not a doctor, so if I say something wrong, correct me as fast as you can. There are different types of fractures. Like there's some that are hairline, pinpoint fractures, and some that are...
We've got some paper flapping going on. Normally I defluff that, but you see they're asking questions that are important there. Shame. I mean, Domenic, his mother testified that his jaw, that her boyfriend hit Domenic so hard that his jaw was no longer aligned. It was, and so what did they do? They just made him wear a mask. So we saw some surveillance footage of them walking up and down the stairs in this extended stay hotel that they were staying at in San Antonio, Texas. Shame. And he looked like he was in a lot of pain, just the way he was walking up and down those stairs, the little boy, right, Domenic? And he had this face mask on. But here we're hearing about 2 fractures. So it's happened before, from what we're hearing, which is just so sad. My goodness. Phoebe said, I don't understand how she could leave him suffering alone. She's a horrible mother. Mm-hmm.
More severe. Is that correct?
There are different types of fractures, yes.
been previously entered. I think you're on the right page. What are we looking at here?
It's a photograph of ribs.
And we're looking at, let me just see that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're looking at State's Exhibit 75.
Correct.
Okay, so are those like hairline fractures?
So in this particular photograph, you're looking at intact ribs as well as rib pieces. The fractures are not necessarily well delineated in this particular photograph, although they are in other photographs. But the fractures, as described and photographed, are fractures at the ends of the bones. So it's harder for me to answer that question about hairline displaced, as well as some fractures within the bones. And the reason it's harder for me to answer that is because they're all healing. So a hairline fracture is a fracture that's essentially across the bone and doesn't displace, doesn't move, right? Versus we can have a displaced fracture where the bone fractures and then it offsets and moves. So what we see in this case are fractures where the bone is still together, so it could be a hairline fracture, but it's healing. So what that fracture originally looked like is more difficult to say. They now look more like hairline, but were they like that originally? That would be a difficult conclusion because, again, it's healed, or healing, let me rephrase. And when the body tries to heal, it tries to put things back together in the original way that it was.
Okay. And when you say it's healing, what does that tell you about when the fracture occurred?
It occurred sometime prior to death because there's time for healing. So fractures that occur at or near about the time of death obviously haven't had time to heal. So these would have had to have occurred prior to that.
Pathologist. Dr. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Fair to say some of these fractures could have been a month or so before time of death, right?
That's possible, yes.
Thanks. Go for the question.
Any rebut?
Could they also be days to weeks old?
It depends on which fracture we're talking about, but yes, there's some that appear more acute or subacute and some that appear older. So they could be within, as a whole, they could be within this time period. We can talk about individual fractures as well.
So it would appear that the trauma, the blunt force trauma that caused the fractures occurred at different points of time over a period anywhere from days to weeks to maybe a month.
It appears this way. I mean, the fractures are all healing. The fractures show different times of healing. So some of the fractures show more healing and some show less healing. So that would be consistent with two different events at different times.
Pass the witness.
No question, John.
Thank you, Dr. Goldberg.
So yesterday we also saw Samantha Perez on the stand, Daniel's ex, also the mother of his two children at the time where Daniel Garcia and Nickolle Aguilar were staying at that extended stay hotel in San Antonio, Texas. They had 4 children with them. 2 were Nickole's children, including Domenic, who died, and then 2 were Daniel's children. So this is the mother of those children. What we also found out yesterday was that Nickolle was pregnant at the time and had the baby in jail. So the 2 surviving children on Nickole's side are with her mother now. We saw her mother on the stand yesterday too. Everything is timestamped for you if you do want to check it out.
Suspended to remain under the same law. You want to proceed?
Thank you, Judge Mayor. Showing you what's already been entered as State's Exhibit 12. Can you point to an area on this exhibit, particularly this page, where your phone number appears? What item numbers is that?
Item number 50 and 51.
And then is there a date associated with item 50 and item 51?
Yes, it's July 26th, and then 51 is July 26th also,
Of what year?
2021.
July 26th of 2021. Were you under the assumption that the defendant was on his way to Miami, Florida?
Yes.
May I approach, Judge? May I approach the screen, Judge?
Yes.
And was that based off this text message?
Judge, this was all asked and answered a day ago. It's going over the same thing again. I object to the cumulativeness of it, Your Honor.
Approach. Approach.
And I'm asking to please take it down, Your Honor.
Take it down until we can resolve the objection.
This is in regards to, so contextually what we see from the other exhibits, particularly the text messages, is that the defendant had exhibited or expressed to you that he had a plan to go to Miami, Florida for work and all that. And particularly wants to focus your attention on this message. And if you tell me kind of contextually, tell the jury contextually what that message meant, and I'll read it. You probably don't want to hear this, but I advise you not to do it. That's a long time, and like I said, that's a lot of dollar signs, money, going back and forth also. You're already here. We have plans for you to go to school, like you're trying to move here already. Could you explain kind of contextually what that message meant?
Yes, so he had been planning to relocate here to Texas to be closer to me and our children. It didn't make sense to me that in the middle of him having his timeshare with our kids, he just abruptly wanted to go back to Miami for some work. He had already been here. He had already been living in hotel rooms. And
that's all speculation.
Overruled.
And when you talk about we have plans for you to go to school, who are you speaking about?
in regards to that, it was my daughter, our daughter. It was during the summer, so she had been out of school for her age, and in August she would have been starting school. So we needed to figure out where he was going to live. Where I was already here, so we needed to figure out what school she was going to and make plans for that.
And so based on that message and what you're talking about is that you were comfortable with your daughter using any address that he would have moved to go to a particular school?
Just the leading, Your Honor.
Sustain.
What significance does the address of where he may live have with regard to your daughter's school?
At the time, we had a 50-50 parenting plan, so whichever school was a better school district, pretty much it would determine what school she would go to, depending on where he would live.
And the school year starts at about what month?
Middle of August.
Absolutely.
What's Arlen's phone number?
It is 305.
How often do you call?
How often do I call that? I don't.
Thanks. That was a good question.
I just redacted that. It went quiet there for a second because we don't want to blast out whoever's phone number that is there.
Have you spoken to Arlen?
I don't remember the last time I spoke to her.
And her relation to you is what?
She's my children's grandmother.
And what's her relation to the defendant?
She's his mother.
That's what it is.
No questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Your excuse.
Day 5. So far we've watched day 1 and 2 yesterday, and we've just watched day 3 and 4. Now we're on day 5, and we're also going to watch day 6 today, which includes closing arguments and the verdict. We've watched 1 hour and 50 minutes out of 3 hours and 58. So just over 2 hours to go. This is now Mr. Aguilar Nickole's father, the mother of Dominic's father, so Dominic's grandfather.
Es Christian Aguilar.
My name is Christian Aguilar.
Mi apellido Aguilar, A-G-U-I-L-A-R.
My last name Aguilar, A-G-U-I-L-A-R.
And where do you currently live, Mr. Aguilar?
Actualmente vive usted, señor Aguilar?
En Alajuela, Costa Rica.
En Alajuela, Costa Rica.
And in August of 2021, where were you living?
¿Dónde estaba viviendo usted?
En Sarapiquí, Heredia de Costa Rica.
En Sarapiquí, Costa Rica.
Do you know a Christian? Do you know a Nickolle Aguilar?
¿Usted conoce a Nickolle Aguilar?
Mi hija mayor.
My eldest daughter.
Do Do you know a Daniel Garcia?
¿Conoces a Daniel Garcia?
Sí.
Yes.
And who is Daniel Garcia?
¿Quién es Daniel Garcia?
Daniel era el novio de Nicole.
Daniel was Nickole's boyfriend.
Do you see Daniel Garcia in the courtroom?
Sala del tribunal de hoy.
Correcto.
Correct.
Sí.
Yes.
Can you identify him by an article
¿Usted
of
lo puede
clothing that he's
identificar
wearing?
y díganos qué está vistiendo en este momento?
Él está ahí con una camisa gris, con una corbata negra.
He's there with a
No
gray
veo
shirt
nada
and
más.
a black tie.
The record reflect, Your
Que
Honor,
conste
that
en el acta
the
que
witness
el
identified
testigo
the defendant.
identificó.
The record also reflect.
Así consta.
At some
En algún momento.
original approach, Judge.
Vamos a acercarse en día, sí.
At some point in August of 2021, did you become aware that Nickolle Aguilar and Daniel Garcia were going to your residence in Costa Rica?
¿Reside en Costa Rica?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you remember when they arrived?
¿Cuándo llegaron?
Fue un viernes.
It was a Friday.
What time of day was it? Do you recall?
¿Qué hora del día era? ¿Recuerda?
Era bastante tarde en la noche, como a las 10 de la noche.
It was pretty late at night, around 10 p.m.
And did you ask
Le preguntó
Nickolle Aguilar or Daniel Garcia about where Domenic was?
¿De dónde estaba Domenic?
Sí.
Yes.
And what did
¿Qué fue?
Nickolle Aguilar say?
¿Qué le dijo Nickolle Aguilar?
Nicole me explicó
Nickolle explained to me
que Domenic estaba enfermo,
that Domenic was sick,
que estaba vomitando.
that he was vomiting,
Y ellos estaban listos para ir a buscar una pizza.
and they were ready to go get a pizza.
Entonces Nicole se quedó con los niños.
So then Nickolle stayed with the children,
Y Daniel fue a limpiar a Domenic al cuarto.
and Danielle went to clean up Domenic at the room.
Cuando duraron mucho,
When they took too long,
Nicole tomó a los niños y se fue arriba.
Nickolle took the children and went upstairs.
Entonces fue cuando ya ella vio todo lo que estaba pasando.
Overruled.
And then that's when she saw everything that was going on.
Y ella me contó que dejaron a los otros niños en un lado y
And she told me that they left the children at one place
en el mismo cuarto, pero se fue a tratar de reanimar a Domenic.
in the same room, but she went to try to reanimate Domenic.
Entonces yo le pregunté
And then I asked her,
que qué dijeron los doctores de que por qué se había muerto, que qué era lo
what
que
did
había pasado.
the doctor say? Why did she die? What had happened?
Entonces ella me dijo que no llamaron a nadie
And then she said they did not call anybody
porque Daniel le explicó que si llamaban al 911
because Daniel explained that if they called 911,
ella podrían perder la custodia de los niños. de todos.
they could lose the children's custody, everything.
Entonces ella me explicó
And then she explained to me
de que ellos decidieron hacer algo con Domenic.
that they decided to do something with Domenic.
Entonces ellos se fueron según me dijo,
Sustained.
No contesta.
ella me dijo,
No contesta. No contesta.
And there's an objection.
Con
so
revisión, señor.
you stop talking.
Deje de hablar.
okay.
Okay.
That's a question.
Siguiente pregunta.
So
Así
before
que antes
Nickolle and Daniel
que Nickolle y
arrived
Daniel
in
llegaron
Costa Rica,
a Costa Rica,
at the place you were living at,
al lugar en que estaba
did
viviendo,
you attempt to
usted intentó
get in contact with
comunicarse
Domenic?
con Domenic.
Antes de que llegaran,
Before they arrived,
How were you trying to do that?
¿cómo estaba tratando de hacer eso?
nosotros me refiero a la mamá de mis hijos, a Shirley.
As I refer to my children's mother, Shirley,
Nosotros estábamos en contacto por teléfono
we were communicating by phone.
y Shirley y yo también tratamos de que hiciéramos una videollamada con ellos.
And Shirley and I tried to do a video call with them.
Were you able to do a video call with
¿Usted
them?
puede hacer la llamada de video
No,
llamada con ellos?
no se pudo.
No, we were not able to.
Do you remember how many, did Daniel Garcia stay at your place or your residence in Costa Rica?
Fueron como 3 días.
It was about 3 days.
So this translator is also good, huh? Yesterday we saw a very good one too. Michelle Cap says lose custody and benefits like food and dollars. Disgusting. Yes, I think they were keeping all the kids around for collecting dollars and benefits and things too. You know, like we saw Adam Montgomery and Kayla also doing.
Can I approach it?
Yes.
And permission to publish Base Exhibit 14 that's been entered into evidence.
Okay, Christine said another Adam and Kayla, so heartbreaking. But this mother's worse, right? Because it's her own child. Like, the fact that she watched this boyfriend, who she didn't date for very long, it was a few months, do this to her own son is unbelievable.
Did you take this photo?
¿Usted toma esta fotografía?
Me parece.
I think so.
Is that Daniel Garcia?
Ese es Daniel Garcia.
That is Daniel Garcia.
And does this location seem familiar to you?
Me parece que es la casa donde yo estaba,
I think it was the house
donde yo vivía.
I think it's the house where I lived.
And could you explain to the jury, did you have conversations with Daniel Garcia about him staying in the country of Costa Rica?
Mucho, él me estuvo preguntando mucho.
A lot. He was asking me a lot of questions.
What was he asking you?
¿Qué le preguntaba?
Me preguntaba, como por ejemplo, si era rentable tener caballos, vacas.
He asked me if it was profitable to have horses, cows.
También me preguntó respecto a comprar terreno, como tener una farm.
Then he asked me about buying land, like having a farm.
At any point, did you talk to him or ask him about Domenic?
Acerca de Domenic.
Yo traté de no hablar con él de eso.
I tried not to speak to him about that.
For those of you who missed yesterday's live stream, you gotta check it out because you gotta see the mother on the stand. She's so cold and distant and I just can't believe what she allowed her boyfriend to do and how she also participated in letting her 5-year-old son's body just tumble down the side of a cliff. It's like very shocking to see. So if you didn't see that, as I say, everything from yesterday is timestamped for you. That was a combination of day 1 and 2.
At any point did you refer to Domenic in any way?
Cuando hablábamos de eso, más que nada.
When we spoke about that,
sí, él se refería a Domenic como el nene.
He used to refer to Domenic as El Nene.
Él nunca dijo el nombre de Domenic, él siempre
He never said
así.
Dominic's name, he just mentioned it that way.
Yo lo sentía como despectivo, que él decía el nene.
I felt that it was like pejorative that he said El Nene.
And let's fast forward to the last day that you saw Daniel Garcia
in Costa Rica.
About what time was it at?
¿Cómo qué hora fue eso?
Eso fue, de nuevo, la última vez que vi a Daniel fue de nuevo bastante tarde en la noche.
Again, the last time I saw Daniel, it was pretty late at night.
And was he talking with Nickolle Aguilar?
Él llegó a la casa
He came to the house
a llevarse su carro y sus
to
pertenencias.
take his car and his belongings.
Y yo tenía a Nickolle conmigo.
And I had Nickolle with me.
Y yo no quería que ella hablara con él.
And I didn't want her to speak to him.
Pero él mencionaba que Nickolle estaba embarazada de él.
But he would mention that Nickolle was pregnant with his child.
Y él decía que era el bebé de ella, que ella le decía a ella, estaban discutiendo que ella tenía que irse con él.
And he would say that it was his baby and they were arguing, but he was saying that she had to come with him.
Did you prevent her from going with you?
This guy just pretending to be taking notes. Right. What is he writing? Can we see his notepad after or what? Probably drawing stick figures or what? Mallory Beavers, thank you so much. You said I'm late starting from the beginning. I hope you'll check out yesterday's one as well because you gotta see the mother on the stand. Oh my goodness. You said had to give our Grizzly Queen a shout out. Congrats on 300k. Thank you so much. You deserve all the amazing things. Thank you.
¿Pidió que ella se fuera con él?
Sí, de hecho yo tomé a la fuerza a Nickolle y la metí.
As a matter of fact, I took Nickolle by force and put her in the house.
Entonces él se fue a la puerta a golpearla.
And then he went to the door and knocked on the door and tried to get in.
Yo le dije que se fuera.
I told him to go away.
Que ya estaba trespassing.
That he was already trespassing.
Y él me preguntó que qué iba a hacer.
And he asked me what I was to do.
Y entonces yo le dije que él me preguntó que qué iba a hacer, que si iba a llamar a la policía.
After you closed the door on Daniel Garcia,
con la cara de Daniel Garcia.
Did he eventually leave?
Eventualmente él se fue.
Sí.
Yes.
Did he leave with his car?
Él se fue con su carro.
Él se fue con su carro y con sus cosas.
He left with his car and his belongings.
Él le gritaba a Nicole que se tenía que ir con él.
He was shouting to Nicole that she had to come with him.
Object to that, Judge.
Objeción.
Not responsive.
No responde.
Sustained.
Al lugar.
What did he ask Nicole or yell at Nicole?
¿Qué le dijo a Nicole? ¿Qué le gritó a Nicole?
Que él tenía que irse con él.
That she had to go with him.
That's what you're
Los testigos.
Hello, please, Your Honor.
Un momento, señoría. Sí.
At this time, Judge, stay rest.
Defense call your first witness.
Judge, may
I'm so amazed how quickly this happens. You know, sometimes it's a little more dramatic when it's like, Your Honor, the state rests. And then we're like, whoa, the state just rested. But it's like, okay, the state rests. And it's like, defense, you have a witness? Yep, okay, off we go.
we have to return.
Jurors, I'm going to give you about a 10, 15-minute break, and then I'll bring you back in to continue the trial. You're being under the same instructions.
All right, the jury.
Okay, so the defense has one witness, Dr. Lisa Watts, and if anyone watched the Chris Watts case, you know how he says W-A-T-T-S? The defense, it's going to bring some flashbacks. The defense attorney's like, is it Dr. Watts like W-A-T-T-S? I was like, oh, okay. Let's just spell it like that. So she's going to take the stand, and it's all about saying that one of the kids, it's Daniela, right? One of Daniel's kids that had testified that we didn't get to see because she's a minor, they're disputing what she said, saying that she was coached and all that kind of stuff, right? Jen said, go on, G. The numbers will keep climbing. I don't plan on going anywhere anytime soon. I'll be here for years. Will you? Thank you all for being here. Let's listen to the defense witness, and then the defense will rest, and then it's time for closing arguments, and then the verdict. And then we're done with the trial. Okay, so here we go. We've got about 2 hours left.
Defense, you may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you Dr. Lisa Watts?
Yes, I am.
W-A-T-T-S?
Yes.
Could you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do for a living?
W-A-T-T-S.
Hi, good morning. I am a licensed clinical psychologist, and I specialize in both clinical and forensic psychology.
Now, I asked you to look at records in this case regarding Nickolle Garcia, correct?
Yes.
And what materials in general did you review in order to come to a conclusion today?
So, around the issue with Daniela's statements, I was able to review Dominic's medical records, the repeated interviews and that were conducted with Daniela's counseling records, Nickole's repeated interviews, jail recording phone calls between Nickolle and her mother, Surly, and then a letter that Nickolle wrote to Samantha that included drawings, and a letter to Daniela.
So, regarding Daniela and her first interview, to whom did she give her first interview?
Child safe.
Do you remember what date that was, roughly?
I have that if I can get my notes. August 23rd of 2021.
What jumped out at you on August 23rd, 2021, that interview with Daniela? Well, actually, first of all, what is child safe?
Your Honor, approach objection.
What is your objection?
He's giving to hearsay outside this witness's qualifications.
She's an expert, Your Honor. She's relying on that for her expertise.
That's right, she can rely on it, she can't repeat it.
Your Honor.
She can rely on hearsay, I agree. She cannot repeat the hearsay. Objection to hearsay is sustained.
So, please tell us what, on that first interview, that led you to be important with Daniela.
Objection. Outside the court's ruling.
Sustained.
The judge is Velia Mesa. So I know we don't see too much of her, but we can hear her. Judge Velia Mesa, the district attorney is Nathan Mori, and the defense is Bridget Garza. I don't know the other attorneys' names on either side, but that's who that is.
So the expert cannot repeat any of the hearsay, but
Okay.
I think he's asking you something else.
In other words, the questioning you saw during the
Yes.
first interview, Was it suggestive? Did it have confirmatory bias? What was the question like that you saw the first one?
So in the first interview, it was conducted by ChildSafe, and ChildSafe is an organization where the interviewer is trained in using the type of techniques that are open-ended, neutral. They don't typically looking for whether the child has been led to answer questions in a certain way. And so, the interviewer is using mostly open-ended questions.
And so in that first interview, did you think that the questioning by the ChildSafe interviewer was suggestive at all?
No.
Without saying what she said, what was Daniela's general concerns or thoughts about her dad?
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
Without saying what was said.
And it's on the road.
Okay. There were no negative comments made at that time. There were positive. She described him in a way that would not be indicative of abuse.
For instance,
just pausing there, Robin says, how long was Nickolle with Daniel? Yesterday, and correct me if I'm wrong, yes, I got to listen attentively as well. There's so much information, right? But they said from around October. They didn't specify the year, but I'm assuming in October from 2020. And this all happened in July of 2021. So really not very long. And her mother also said they didn't date for long. So they didn't specify the exact dates, but maybe like, 9 months or something. The hell? Can you believe it? Okay, here we go.
Since during that first interview, how long did it last, real roughly?
45 minutes.
And was that a normal, typical type ChildSafe interview that you've encountered before in terms of length?
Yes.
And again, suggestibility, you didn't see any at all in that?
No.
Now, you recall that Daniela testified in this case, right?
Yes.
And gave a deposition in this case, right?
Yes.
And so, for instance, if you recall in the deposition that Daniela confirmed that she had lied when asked about whether Daniel had kneed Domenic or had thrown him to the ground. Do you recall that part?
Yes, I do.
And you recall Daniela saying that she lied about those things, right?
Yes.
And so, in looking at suggestibility, confirmatory bias, what were your thoughts when you saw that Daniela admitted lying about things that Daniel had done?
Those kinds of statements at least raise questions about the accuracy of her statements.
In what way?
A report of lying would indicate that something happened that she felt compelled to make those statements.
So as an example, please.
Anna, thank you. Yes, started chatting online. Oh yeah, on Facebook. There was they said on Facebook, right? They talked about, but they said like Facebook dating, but on Facebook. Okay, they started chatting mid-October. I mean, this escalated so quickly. I mean, to be with such an abusive guy towards her children. What? It's almost like she wanted him to abuse her children. Discipline. She called it physical discipline. When he was physically disciplining Domenic. You mean physically abusing? My goodness. And the mother herself said she struggled with rage. That one time, she recalls one time hitting Domenic so hard, her own hand was hurting a lot. And she had to walk away. Oh my word.
Tell the jury about when Nickolle wrote a letter to Daniela.
Okay. So one of the documents that I reviewed was around the same time frame or prior to the May 17th deposition. Nickolle wrote a letter that had a drawing, a really very good drawing that said something like fearless. And it was also a very sweet letter that that was sent directly from Nickolle, directly to Daniela. And it's that kind of statement. Like I think it was less than a month later, after she received that letter, that Daniela had another interview, and in that interview.
I'm object to assume facts not in evidence, that she received that letter.
Okay.
She's able to testify as an expert, Your Honor. She's
Overruled.
able, Go ahead.
So there was a letter that had a picture of it, of a cartoon character, and the statements that Nickolle made were, "I miss you so much," very, again, kind of kind and sweet and good. And it's that kind of content that can also be a form of suggestibility, suggesting that she is a good person. Shortly after that is when there was another follow-up interview with Daniela, and that's when she made the first comment about, I don't know why Nickolle is in jail. She didn't do anything.
And that, how does that tie in suggestibility from to revise when Nickolle wrote that letter to Daniela and that picture of Daniela, and then resulting in Daniela's statement? How does that result in suggestibility?
Yeah. Well, the direct suggestion is that she is good. And
She being Nickolle.
She being Nickolle, yes.
And that resulted in Daniela then telling the prosecution what?
Daniela then told prosecution that, "I don't know why Nickolle's in jail. She didn't do anything."
What other instances of suggestibility did you see with Daniela in this case?
I saw, well, I'll just give another example that comes to mind, is also in the deposition, the May 17th deposition. You were asking her if she, why she lied. And if she was, I think she said she was afraid. And then during that deposition, I'd have to look and see, but I believe it was Mr. Salinas asked or interjected and said she was scared. But from my review of the deposition, she didn't say she was scared. So that is an example of the kind of suggestibility that can alter a child's her testimony, her description of events. So if a person in authority says you're scared and that's what you're supposed to say, then that would alter your testimony.
So, for instance, in the August 2021 interview with Child Safe, Daniela said she felt safe with her mom, dad, and cousin. How does that factor into suggestibility?
Y'all need to stop talking over each other, please.
Need to be able to finish the question.
But as soon as you went out of bounds, I was able to object.
Roll.
Will you ask me again?
Oh, sure.
So, for instance, in the interview Daniela had with Child Safe, August 2021, when she said she felt safe with her mom, dad, and cousin, how does that factor into your suggestibility analysis?
It was an open-ended question asked of her, and that's the answer she gave without it being directed in any way.
And the fact that she said she wasn't scared of her dad in that interview, did that change at all then during her other interviews and follow-up interviews?
Yes, it did.
And what did you see that indicated suggestiveness on her changing that outlook?
As I mentioned, I did review her counseling records, and within the context of the counseling records, I did note that the therapist would, and she documented that she provided narratives to the child or gave her examples of how one would feel when a given scenario happened. And so looking at the counseling records, it looks like there was some evidence of both suggestibility and coaching going on, even if it was not intentional.
The other example is when she wanted to know if her dad was okay. Did you see that statement change over time with different interviews?
Yes, I did.
What did you see with suggestibility?
So early on, Daniela wanted to know if her dad was okay. She wanted to be able to call her grandmother. She showed concern for him. She missed him. And then as the years and interviews went on, at one point, Daniela said that she no longer wanted to see her dad. And that her portrayal of him was that he was bad.
And then, for instance, her wanting to see her dad again, how did that change over time with the interviews that made you conclude that the suggestibility of confirmatory bias had occurred?
There is interview there's interview that suggests that she is making statements that she no longer wants to see her dad.
So at my request, did you look at her school records?
Yes.
Did you see any behavioral concern or reports at school?
No, I did not.
And what time period was that you looked at?
Double check on that. It's multiple years. It's over the course of multiple years that were provided.
2021, 2024?
Yes, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, yes.
Did you see any behavioral concerns during that time?
There were no incident reports or behavioral concerns.
As an expert, what does that tell you that's important in this case?
The child is doing well.
The Daniela's testimony in this case, okay, I'd like to direct you to that. So, for instance, when she said she didn't remember when she last saw Domenic, that part of her testimony, what does that tell you about suggestibility and confirmatory bias in this case? As compared to her initial statements and then her statements in between, the change over time.
Her initial statements, she was able to describe activity that she was involved in with him and the last time she saw him.
And was it important to you that she didn't even remember going home with her mother from the hotel?
Yes.
Why was that important to you?
Because she also remembers several other areas of she does have a recall, and to say she doesn't remember, it again puts into question where some of the information is accurate and what information is inaccurate. And it's hard to tell what information is true and what information is inaccurate.
So as an example, the jury heard her testify, Daniela testify the other day, that she was running up and down the stairs with Domenic, playing tag, swimming at the water park with Domenic while at this hotel, eating pizza with Domenic. Did that stand out as important to you in this case?
It did.
And why is that?
She gave that information just very, very freely. She was able to give detail about that information, and it is consistent with a formed memory.
She also testified that she lied to Mata on the video. What did that lead you to believe as far as suggestibility and confirmatory bias in this case?
It raises the question about what's accurate and what's inaccurate.
How so?
When she makes a statement about lying, we don't know what is true and what is not true.
A little bit about Nickolle and confirmatory bias. All right. Did you review? Well, for instance, on the medical records for Domenic with canceled sick visits, what did that indicate?
Objection, relevance.
Well, I'll tie it in, Judge, with your permission. So, is it important on confirmatory bias and suggestibility to see how the mother and child interacted over time?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because the opposite of confirmatory bias is to consider other alternatives.
And so, by that, you mean something else could have happened, right?
Yes.
And so, with the sick visits that you saw in the medical records, what did that indicate to you?
Objection, relevance.
It's overruled.
You may approach.
On relevance? I already ruled. Just overruled.
What did that indicate?
It's outside your expert qualification, shows objection.
That is overruled.
Behaviorally, when a parent misses multiple appointments, actually many appointments, it would be an indication of a parent's, at minimum, neglect of a child.
And so that ties in in 2018, Domenic ended up outside the home somehow, right?
Yes.
And what did you see about that? How she
In 2000.
Objection, relevance, Judge. Talking about incidents in 2018.
Response?
She said she looks at that, Your Honor, for an arrest.
She's already stated that. That's a stain.
For instance, when Domenic smoked marijuana.
Objection, relevance.
Judge, she testified that she looks at these things in the past with the interaction between the mother and the child to determine if confirmatory bias exists in the case or not.
It's a stain.
How about the physical condition of Domenic in 2019 with the that you saw in the medical record?
Objection, relevance, and then we approach.
Overruled on relevance.
Objection outside this expert's qualifications. About what happened in 2019 in regards to suggestibility referring to Daniela. He's talking about Dominic's medical records. And it's outside the court's ruling.
Judge, you said she could testify about her expert opinion in this area, dealing with...
The question was the physical condition of Domenic in 2019. What is the relevance?
Well, so in order for Dr. Watts to give a good opinion to the jury about Nickolle and her interactions with Domenic, we have to be able to show that whether or not confirmatory bias exists in the case or if there's another explanation. And so Dr. Watts looks at these in her expert opinion in testifying about confirmatory bias. So she said if an expert looks at this in order to form an opinion, it's done by experts in this area, and so she relied upon this in forming her opinion in the case.
Yeah, my ruling stands on relevance. It's overruled.
I'm sorry?
My ruling that it overruled relevance stands. I'm not changing that.
So with regard to outside her expert qualifications, are you sustaining that?
That's not my original ruling. Overruling is standing.
So you go ahead and answer.
Go ahead and answer.
So, taking a look at the past medical records, really kind of looks at what other opinion or what other kind of possibility could have happened. And the sick visits or the cancellations, and then the last one you asked me was, what was the other?
The physical condition of Domenic as far as in 2019 medical records on the open source one.
Yeah, and so that's the other, there's a pattern of behavior going on that could describe or could explain another option, that another opinion could be, or another possibility to explore could be that that Domenic was not well cared for.
For instance, Domenic was potty trained and arrest, right?
Correct.
In 2019. What does that indicate to you as an expert in giving the jury an opinion on confirmatory bias or not being present?
When a child has a regressed behavior in toilet training, it often means, especially in light of everything else with the questions about the parental responsibility, it could indicate that there's evidence of abuse.
And, how does that tie in then with the mental health clinician seen Domenic in 2019?
The expressive and receptive language disorder, yes, that's another factor for a child who has been in some kind of trauma situation, is both language deficits or deterioration in language development, and combine that with the increases or regression in toilet training.
For instance, Domenic on language development, expressive language, that was in the second percentile, right, in 2020?
Yes.
And what does that tell you when you're testifying, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, about confirmatory bias?
That there was another alternative.
In what way? In other words, what's the second percentile?
Second percentile means that 98% of the children his age had better language development than Domenic.
The language disorder, what else did you see about that, if anything?
It was categorized as severe. Also, there was recommendation that Domenic receive speech therapy twice a week.
And then there was testimony from Nickolle in this case that at the hotel she became so angry with Domenic that she hit him so many times and so hard with her hand that her hand hurt and she could, quote, feel the anger, unquote. What does that tell you in this case about confirmatory bias?
It's an example of the alternate, there's another explanation for what happened.
What if another explanation is they both abused him instead of one or the other, right? Obviously, the defense's main strategy is to point the finger at Nickolle. Nickolle has got the plea deal, just like they did with Adam Montgomery's trial. I mean, it makes sense that the defense would go that way. What else do they have, really? But thankfully, we already know what the verdict is. We're just going to be watching it together today. We'll watch the closing arguments, then the verdict. He's so guilty. So he'll be sentenced on August 14th. And the mother is going to be sentenced on June 7th. All right?
Are there any other indicators that you saw in this case that helped you form an opinion as to vulnerability to suggestibility by agent?
I can't think of any.
Okay. And so did you come to an opinion as to Daniela's vulnerability to suggestibility?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
She, because of the all the factors discussed, that I do believe that she is a victim of suggestibility.
How about coaching?
Yes.
What was your opinion?
That the statements being made to her or around her altered her Daniela's statements over time.
Now, some people might ask, well, maybe, she started remembering things that she didn't remember before. People hear about delayed outcry, for instance, right?
Yes.
And so, were you impressed one way or the other with whether or not this was just delayed outcry or if this was suggestibility in coaching?
Yes, my opinion is that it is a form of, or she's, her statements changed because of suggestibility, just given all of the other information we discussed and I reviewed.
I pass it.
Thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Sir?
So, regarding that letter that you discussed, you don't even know if Daniela ever received that letter.
No, I do not.
You never spoke with Daniela?
No.
Did you ever interview Daniela?
No.
Okay. So, we discussed about types of questions that are asked. Can you tell me what's a free-form question?
An open-ended question. It's just a question that is, tell me what happened is probably the most important open-ended question. So it doesn't have any directive statements with it.
And regarding children and their parents, for those that are typically complicated relationships, would you agree with that?
They can be, yes.
They can be, right? Because at one point a child can be scared of their parent and they could also still love their parent.
Yes.
We see it plenty of times in our relationships with maybe our own family members. We like them, but we also love them, right? Or
Yes.
we dislike them, we hate them, all those kind of emotions kind of happen, right?
Yes.
So with regard to your training and your background is in the clinical psychology, is that right?
Yes.
You're not a medical doctor?
No.
You're not a pediatrician?
No.
You're not an ER doctor?
No.
You're not an anthropologist?
No.
So with regard to this evidence in this case, did you go over the surveillance video that was presented?
I did review it.
You did review the surveillance video, okay. And so did you also review the photos of the recovery scene?
Yes.
Did you also review the photos of the anthropological exam?
Yes.
Where there were fractures to the jaw in the front and in the back?
Yes.
You also know that multiple ribs were broken?
Yes, I do.
You also know that there were a broken bone in the hip region?
Yes.
Okay. And so, with regard to Daniela's testimony, which I actually have here from the court reporter, did you review all that?
No.
The testimony that she gave the other day?
No.
No. Okay. And so in that, there's questions regarding whether she's scared.
Okay.
And so explain to the jury the difference between being scared and being afraid. Because you kind of you pointed that semantic out, and I'm kind of curious about what your distinction is with that, between those two words.
It is just semantics. I wouldn't
Okay,
differentiate.
so there isn't really a distinction. So if my child was to come up to me and say, Dad, I'm afraid of X, you can say the same thing, that they are scared of X, right?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I understood that part.
Mhm.
Okay, so are you familiar with a study?
I like the way he checks his notes. Do you see that? Going over the notes like tick, 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 tick. All right, next question.
Regarding the psychotherapy focus on how children between the ages of 3 and 6 recall traumatic events. And essentially the study was looking at Hurricane Katrina victims, children in particular, and how their recall of events differed from those children that suffered long-term traumatic, post-traumatic stress, or long-term traumatic events.
No, I'm not familiar with that.
And so in that study, there is a difference between children that experienced a single short-term traumatic event versus long-term trauma. And what happens is the days sort of start to mesh together. You ever heard of that?
Yes.
Okay. And it's because essentially my Monday, if I'm a child that goes through some traumatic event, is the same as Tuesday. And my Wednesday is the same as Tuesday. My Thursday is the same as Wednesday. And then Friday, they kind of all mesh together versus a single event, right?
Yes.
And so with regards to her testimony and her statements, there are consistencies throughout all those statements. Is that correct?
There are consistencies.
And those consistencies are, they were at a hotel.
Yes.
That at some point, Domenic and Daniel went up to the hotel room.
Yes.
And that the children, and when we say children, we're referring to Daniela, Alexander, Avani, and also Nickolle remained outside. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that's consistent throughout. And we can also see, may I have a personal witness?
Yes.
Since you haven't reviewed this, but and so what's also been in testimony is that they stayed across multiple hotels, right?
Yes.
Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. And so the child's memories, we're talking about traumatic, being a witness to traumatic events over the course of time, that could blend into a single episode or a single event location, right? Again, we're asking a four and a half year old
Right.
to process what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And explain to me, do you understand kind of the legal duty that parents have to protect and care for their own children?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think a 4.5-year-old child understands that concept?
No.
That might be difficult for them to understand, right?
Correct.
Okay. So let's talk about, and this was the direct examination of Daniela back in May 22nd, 2024. And I will refer you to So what do you remember about the last time you saw Domenic? She says, I don't remember because it was a long time ago, which is accurate, right? 3 years ago.
Okay.
But the last time I saw him, my dad told me, Avani, and Domenic, no, me, Avani, my brother, and Nickolle to go out in the car, and Domenic had to stay with him in the hotel room. And so Domenic and your dad were in the hotel room. Ask her what happened next. We went into the hotel room and saw Domenic. And again, when you went into the hotel room and saw Domenic, what did you see? Now that question, is that a free-form question or is that a suggesting question?
That is an open-ended question.
Okay, it's an open-ended question. He was on the floor in the bathroom with his shirt off and his eyes were closed. Okay, so let's look at permission to publish Judge State's Exhibit 5. And so let's go to State's Exhibit 5. You've not interviewed Daniela, but you know what she looks like based on interviews that you've seen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, playing it at 12:11 a.m. This is State's Exhibit 5. Do you see Daniela?
Yes.
Whose hand is she holding?
Nickolle.
Okay. So a child may hold the hand of someone that they feel safe with?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
You tell me right now when you see Daniela back in the screen. Do you see Daniela?
Yes.
Okay. Does it look like she's looking at something?
I mean, she's watching the scenario.
Okay, she's watching what's happening, right? Okay. So let's fast forward it a little bit. To about 12:16. So you see the defendant come back up with that child that Daniela was looking at back upstairs? That consistent with everyone else remaining outside while this person's going upstairs?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go 12:32 in the morning.
The way, if we're just observing this, it looks almost like the defense is like, don't worry, we got this. Well, they didn't got it. He was found guilty. Catastrophe said, how did any of the children even function? Being dragged around all night, no routine, no stability, constant stress and fear is heartbreaking. I mean, they no doubt have so much trauma too. You know, I worry about what happened to them. But even if they just had to observe what was going on with Domenic, it's horrendous, right? Shame. Imagine Dominic's little sister.
You see Daniela at 12:32, 12:33,
Yes.
and she's walking up the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
So that's also consistent with what she's saying about going back to the hotel room.
Yes.
Then let's go to actually that same day. About 9:13 in the morning. And I wanted to point you to, again, in her testimony, this is when she sees Domenic in the hotel room, not moving, lying down on the bathroom floor.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. There was a question about...
I do not know how Grizzly Cat does it. She finds the best pictures. Look at this little picture. I have not found this one. Thank you, Grizzly Cat, for posting that on X. Another picture of Domenic. As we know, he loved Batman, Spider-Man, and Jurassic Park, and animals. So that's a nice picture. Thank you. Okay, let's go.
if she felt safe with Nickolle. Do you know the answer to that?
No.
Here it is from the other day, May 22nd. Do you feel safe with Nickolle? And what was her answer?
Yes.
Did Nickolle ever hit Domenic? What was her answer?
No.
Right. And so, would a child perceive, let's say, disciplinary, like spanking, as hitting, as opposed to maybe other forms of physical abuse as hitting? Does that make sense?
If I understand you correctly, yes. I mean, a child can perceive hitting as
different than a spank on the bottom, right?
I don't know that a child would describe that differently.
Okay. And so the question was asked, are you afraid of your dad, her dad being the defendant? And what was her response?
Yes.
Yes. And let's see, there was also questions about whether she remembered if her dad hit Domenic. And her responses were...
In this, yeah, I didn't hear
That's
this.
right, you weren't for this. And I want to talk about Domenic and your dad. Did you ever see your dad hit Domenic?
She says yes.
Yes. And so that form of that question is the same as, because if we can read it, did you ever see your dad hit Domenic, is the same as the question that is later asked of her. Did Nickolle ever hit Domenic? Mm-hmm. Right?
Yes.
Those are the same forms of questions?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And so let's look at this part in State's Exhibit 5. Now play it. Do you see Daniela?
Yes.
Who's she standing next to?
Nickolle.
What's she doing now? What's Daniela doing?
Sitting.
Next to who?
Nickolle.
That's consistent with someone who's not afraid of that person that she's sitting next to, right?
Correct.
Acquiescence. You heard that term in clinical psychology?
Yes.
And so acquiescence is, may I approach Judge?
Yes.
Is the idea that a child would acquiesce to what someone in authority, or depending on the form of a question, typically an adult who's asking them questions, may give them information that they perceive that the adult wants them to hear. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so that's the reason why it's important to have open-ended or free-form questions as opposed to leading questions that suggest answers, right?
Yes.
And could you explain, or, oh, I just had it right now. My contract. Just 1 moment, Judge. Oh, there it is. Can I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
Have you ever seen this document? And I'm going to mark it as State's Exhibit 82. Have you ever seen that?
Yes.
You have seen it. And so that doc. And I'm marking it for the record, Your Honor, as State's Exhibit 82. Thank you. So you have seen this document?
Yes.
Okay. And so, assurances. What's that?
You're reassuring a person of that they're going to be okay.
So in clinical psychology, are assurances important when dealing with child witnesses who have experienced trauma?
Yes.
And so the reason is because we need to make sure or assure that they are safe, that they're going to be okay, that telling the truth and the whole truth does not negatively affect them, right?
Yes.
Because again, we're talking about a child who is a witness to trauma, and then expecting that child to go to the first adult and explain everything that happened without really having a rapport with that child.
Okay, yes.
Right? And rapport is important?
Yes.
And so, State's Exhibit 82, which you looked at, and you said that you've reviewed, was actually a contract or a promise or an assurance from myself to the child, Daniela, right?
Yes.
And in that, I don't suggest what happened or even who did what.
Right.
It's merely, she won't get in trouble as long as she tells the whole truth about what happened to Domenic Aguilar.
Yes.
Right? I don't say, tell me exactly what your dad did. I don't say, tell me exactly what Nickolle did. Or, hey, I need you to say this exactly happened. Instead, it's, you will not get in trouble as long as you tell the truth.
Yes.
Is that an assurance?
That is.
And there's also children, as they get older, understand the importance of telling the truth.
Yes.
And they understand the oath. And the oath that you took yourself today, right?
Yes.
Which is to tell the whole truth, to tell the truth in front of this jury.
Yes.
So we talked about Nickolle Aguilar is a neglectful mother.
Yes.
You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And you reviewed the CPS records that she had in Florida.
Yes, I did.
And with regards to that, let's talk about those instances that seem to indicate neglectful behavior.
Yes.
And so one of those things was Domenic had sores on his body that were not properly cleaned.
Yes.
Is that an example of neglectful behavior?
Yes, potentially.
Okay. Domenic getting to a vape pen and smoking it, that's a form of neglectful behavior?
Yes.
Domenic getting out of the house and wandering around in the street, that's a form of neglectful behavior?
Yes.
And in none of those records in Florida, in those CPS records, was there any record of her being physically abusive to Domenic?
No.
The records were limited to her being a neglectful mother.
That's my that's my understanding. Yes.
And so you testified that you testified in multiple, I guess, jurisdictions?
Yes.
Have you testified in other states before?
No.
Okay. So just around Texas?
Yes.
Different counties?
Yes.
How many times have you testified in San Antonio?
Maybe 6.
Okay. Fair County.
Deb says, I don't find the need for parents to hit children at all. Well, bluntly put, it would be domestic violence. I know. That will trigger a whole conversation. People will say I'm woke or something, but it is what it is. I don't think there's a need to hit children. One could just talk to children, establish boundaries, educate them, inform them. There can be consequences, Hitting, no. I agree, Dabs. Thank you all for being here. Please like and share so that others can find that we are live right now. We are busy watching day 5 of this trial. Today we actually watched day 3, 4, 5, and we're going to be watching day 6, which is coming up next, which will be the closing arguments and then the verdict. So the whole trial, a 6-day trial done in 2 days with the defluff, and then also because it seems like they had lots of half days and long breaks. So I'm really glad I didn't stream this live because we'd be sitting around for hours. Oh my goodness. So I'm glad we're doing this format for this trial. I'm glad that there's justice for Domenic as well, because the defendant is now convicted. He was found guilty. He will be sentenced on August 14th, and his mother will be sentenced on June 7th. She took a plea deal. She testified against her, I'm hoping, former boyfriend. I want to say former. Are they not together anymore? Right? They're both in jail. Yeah, so former boyfriend, okay, testified against him as part of the plea deal, and she's going to face 5 to 15 years. The convicted child abuser is going to be facing 5 to 99 or life. That's what he'll be facing on August 14th. Don't know if they'll be showing it, streaming it, whatever they'll be doing. If they do, of course, we'll keep each other updated, right? I'll let you know. Either we can watch it together if they show it, or you can read it on the community tab or YouTube Shorts or something, whatever it is at the time. But I will be keeping a close eye on it because I would love to see justice for poor Domenic, 5 years old. My goodness. Okay, and there were signs of all this neglect that they're talking about now. Before Nickolle, I think before she even met Daniel, but that doesn't mean the physical abuse was necessarily there, although I think they both abused him or the kids, because he was sitting outside apparently alone when he was, if I remember correctly, 2 years old, and neighbors had called. So, it's one of those where CPS was kind of aware of things, and yet when Nickolle met Daniel Garcia, the two of them just went on what seems to me almost like some kind of honeymoon, gallivanting around, going to various hotels, Hotel 1, 2, 3, San Antonio, Texas, and then when Domenic died, then it's Colorado, Mexico, Costa Rica, Florida. Wow. And this trial is taking place in Texas. Domenic died on July 25th of 2021. So I'm sure the family is very happy that finally the trial's taken place, and finally there's justice for Domenic.
So, could you explain to me your kind of your practice? Is it you see patients and then you come and testify on the side, or are you a state, or do you work for the government, or where do you work?
I'm in private practice,
Okay.
and I probably about 30% of my practice is seeing patients for therapy. Probably another 30 to 40% is doing evaluations, where I get referrals from pediatricians or family practice doctors or psychiatrists that ask for assistance with diagnostics and to better understand the sort of case formulation for an individual. And then I do consulting. I'm the consulting psychologist for Hill Country Youth Ranch. I've done consulting for Arms of Hope. And then I do forensic work the rest of my practice.
What percent of the practice is testifying in court?
Testifying in court or in general forensic?
Testifying in court.
Testifying in court is probably 10%.
Okay, so 10%. And then is there a fee associated with, let's say, just testifying in court?
Yes.
What's that fee?
$225 an hour.
Okay. Also, if I keep asking questions, that's going to keep going.
Okay.
And what about, I guess, in the initial consultation? Is there a fee associated with that too?
For forensic or in general?
In this case?
It's my hourly rate.
Okay, so the hourly rate applies to just working on the case, reviewing material?
Yes, it does.
And preparing for ultimately this part right now of testimony?
Yes.
Okay. How much have you been paid, or is total?
I've not been paid.
You've not been paid, okay. No. Will you submit an invoice after?
Yes.
Okay. How much will that be?
I think I've spent at least 20 hours on the case.
So there was a lot of discussion about the child, Daniela, wanting to see her father. Is that right?
Yes.
And as we talked about earlier, that is also consistent with children's complicated relationships with parents.
It can be, yes.
I guess going to the expressive language disorder of Domenic that you reviewed in the Florida medical records.
Yes.
That has nothing to do with his broken jaw, does it?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know. Does the expressive language disorder have anything to do with his broken ribs on his body?
No, I don't know that either.
Okay. That expressive language disorder, does that have anything to do with his broken pelvis that he had?
Again, I don't know.
You've never reviewed any phone calls or interactions, text messages between Samantha, Perez, and Nickolle Aguilar?
No.
But you did review phone calls between Nickolle Aguilar and Grizzly, Acevedo, who's Nickole's mother?
Yes, I did.
To be fair, you were appointed by Judge Mez as the defense expert in this case, right?
Yes.
And, witnesses don't have to talk to the defense, do they?
No.
We asked to talk to Danielle, and we were denied that request, right?
Yes.
So we wanted to talk to her, but we weren't allowed to.
Correct.
You recall towards the end of Daniela's testimony the other day, I know the prosecutor was showing it to you, when Bridget Garza asked her if she remembered Daniel Garcia hitting Domenic, she said, "I don't remember," correct?
Correct.
And does that tie in with your concerns about vulnerable suggestibility and victim being coached?
It does.
And does that tie in then to unreliable memory as a result?
Yes.
How so?
Well, the ability to say I don't, when she says I don't know, instead of, she's one time saying she does recall the information, and then another time she says she doesn't.
As an example, the prosecutor showed you the contract you did with Daniela, correct?
Yes.
And right after Daniela signed that contract, she looks at the video and said, I lied in that video about Daniel Garcia, my dad, kneeing Domenic and throwing him to the ground and hurting him, right?
Yes.
And so after cross-examination by the state, is it still your opinion that Daniela was vulnerable to suggestibility and a victim of being coached?
It is still my opinion.
May I proceed? So let's look at the difference between Ms. Garza's question and my question, right, regarding that. So going back to the testimony of May 22nd, 2024, the question was, when Mr. Gross asked if you remember that, if your dad hit Domenic and you said you don't remember, do you remember that? You said you didn't remember. Mm-hmm. Is that more suggestive, that is more leading, than the other question that I've asked her in this same testimony?
That would be an example of a direct question.
Right, which would be a direct question, which is suggesting to the child a particular response or an answer.
Potentially.
No question, Your Honor.
They should be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Dr. Montiers.
Thank you.
Next witness.
That's right, Your Honor.
Both sides rest and close.
You see how casual that was again. It's just like, oh, no, the defense race. What? If we don't pay attention, we'll miss it. It's like a second. Oh, no, the defense race. Okay, cool. Next. Wait, what? So are we ready for closing arguments? Because that's up next. And then the verdict. How much have we watched? 2 hours 54 out of 3 hours 58. Okay, we're getting there. We're finishing a Grizzly Speedy trial. Instead of 6 days, so it's we're doing it in 2. Also because, damn, yeah, this is also in Texas. Like Burgos Aviles, and whoo, there were long breaks, long lunch breaks, so I'm glad we could watch it like this. Thank you so much all for being here. I look forward to reading your comments afterwards, if you leave some comments below the live stream as well. Thank you to all of you who do that as well. Oftentimes after the live stream, when I'm doing the timestamps, I just see the comments rolling in, so thank you. Okay, so here we go.
Closure.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what that means is that all of the evidence that you will be considering in your deliberations is now before you. And with that, state, you may proceed.
There was obviously some jury instructions. I just chopped that right out because we've heard them many times before, right? So it's like, okay, so now, and with that, the state's closing arguments. Off we go. We are on a speedy trial here.
Your Honor, opposing counsel, thank you very much for your participation this last week and week before. I can tell you guys have shown up on time and that you have been very attentive throughout this trial. And myself and Oscar and Sarah, we sincerely appreciate that attentiveness. I'm going to go through this kind of page by page and just give you the quick breakdown of how this is going to work. Then Oscar later on, he's going to dig in a little deeper. The first few pages, as the judge read, have the charged offense, and they list what are called lesser offenses. The charged offense is a first-degree felony, and there are some lessers, which are second and third-degree felonies and lower. Okay? Obviously, Oscar and I, we're asking you to convict on the first-degree felony, and I'm going to tell you why here in a minute. Then on the third page, you're going to see definitions. Some of these are not really at issue. For instance, child. Was Domenic Aguilar a child? I don't think that's really disputed. His body was put in a small box, 3x3, when it was taken to the medical examiner in Colorado.
Okay, normally I don't interrupt closing arguments, but I gotta say hi to Court TV. You said, hey, Grizzly to Crime and chat and mods. Hello, thank you for being here.
Bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or impairment of the physical condition. Bodily injury, those types of assaults usually involve slapping someone in the face, maybe punching them a little, causing a bruise, a cut, a scrape. Serious bodily injury. Bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death, serious permanent disfigurement, or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any member of the body or any organ. That's what we have here. Serious bodily injury You can see where they've covered it up by putting that mask over his face. You can see in some of the surveillance clips how he walks, holding his hip. His movement is impaired. And obviously we have injuries that have compounded over the days and weeks prior to July 24th, where this child is at risk of death, and in fact he dies. Acts and omissions. Acts, that's simple. When the defendant punched, kicked, kneed, whatever you call, whatever he did with his body parts to cause those broken bones, those are acts. Omissions, that's a failure. When you have a legal duty to act and you don't act, that's an omission. And in this case, Daniel Garcia had a legal duty to act because he had care, custody, and control of Domenic Aguilar. Domenic Aguilar's last walks down those stairs were not next to Nickolle Aguilar. You'll see it in the video. He was standing right next to Daniel Garcia. And who's the individual who carried Domenic's unconscious body back up the stairs after he threw up in the parking lot? It was not Nickolle Aguilar, it was Daniel Garcia. Who is the individual that carried Domenic's unconscious body back down the stairs that last time to place him in a car seat? It was not Nickolle Aguilar. It was Daniel Garcia. Daniel Garcia checked into that hotel room. He lived with Domenic Aguilar. You see him walking up and down those stairs with Domenic Aguilar. They agreed to live together, split the cost of living. Daniel Garcia and Nickolle Aguilar had care, custody, and control of all four of those kids jointly, the way they had agreed to live and the way they were living in that hotel. All right, the accomplice witness rule. I'm not going to split any hairs. Nickolle Aguilar is guilty of the same crime that we charged Daniel Garcia with. She pled guilty to it, and she came in here and she told you about it. Now, what the law says is you have to believe her, basically, and you also have to corroborate her in a manner that tends to connect Daniel Garcia to the charged crime. That doesn't mean you have to corroborate every little aspect of her testimony. You just have to look for evidence that tends to connect that man to the crime he's charged with. And we start with the surveillance video. You've got two exhibits here. State's Exhibit 6. This is just a selection of some of the instances on that stairwell, particularly the ones towards the end, but you also have them checking in, and you have some clips of them walking up and down during the week while they're staying there. This is the full surveillance video. You have it if you want it. I'll warn you, this is a voluminous video, and it will take a long time to go through. But in the interest of justice, we've put it into evidence in case you want to look at it. This video connects Daniel Garcia with this offense. He's there. It's in the room he checked into. He's the one who's with Domenic. And you'll see in that last walk Domenic takes down. Daniel Garcia gives him a little aggressive tug when Domenic is walking too slow. Right after you see him hold his tummy. And you watch that video, you see Domenic hold the tummy, and you watch Daniel Garcia give that little tug. You want to know who did that? Who assaulted that child in the tummy like that? Was it Nickolle Aguilar? Or was it that guy who tugged that arm indifferently and with a little bit of anger? You also have corroboration through the text messages that Daniel Garcia sent to Samantha. That didn't come in through Nickolle, that came in through Samantha. First he texts her on his own phone. Then he texts her from Nickole's phone. Now, do you need Nickolle for that? No, you see in this video, towards the end, he's got her phone. And you see from the phone records that he's calling his mom from her phone, and the time matches up. You also see from the phone records that her phone continues to call his mom as they go to Colorado and as they're at the border, the Texas-Mexico border. His flight up to Colorado to dispose of the body and his flight leaving the country, that's evidence that connects him to the crime because that is evidence of his guilt. Why is it evidence of his guilt? When somebody's guilty, what do they try to do? They try to get rid of the evidence and they try to get out of Dodge. The phone records, the text messages, they connect Daniel Garcia to this offense. You don't even have to get to Daniela. I know they've spent yesterday calling an expert in to question her credibility. You don't even have to get to Daniela to connect Daniel Garcia to this crime and to corroborate the truthfulness of Nickolle's testimony. That's what we've been doing this entire week. is showing you all the evidence that casts all the guilt on this man. So now we get to page 7 of the charge, section 9. This is the charged crime. First degree injury to a child, intentionally and knowingly causing serious bodily injury to Domenic. All right? Now you'll notice when you read this, as with all the other charges, there's a lot of ors in there. And there's a lot of different ways you can place those ors, this or that, to get to his guilt. And here's what I'm here to tell you. You do not have to individually agree on how Daniel Garcia is guilty, as long as you all unanimously agree that he is guilty. I'm going to say that one more time because it's important. You do not all have to unanimously agree on how Daniel Garcia is guilty, so long as you all unanimously agree that he is guilty. So, one of the ways you could agree he's guilty is you could agree that he intentionally caused an injury that resulted in death. Now, I don't think he did that. I don't think the evidence shows that. Now, I do think the evidence shows that he possibly intentionally caused injuries that led to serious bodily injury by way of impairment of his movement, or that he knowingly caused any number of the variations of serious bodily injury on that child. But here's what I think is the easiest way for y'all to resolve this case.
Personal opinion on it. Ask the jury to instruct to disregard your honor.
Yes, the jury will disregard the last comment by the state.
Move for mistrial, your honor.
Okay, what I say is not evidence. I'm just trying to help you guys through this charge. Another way you can look at this is also, and there's an or here, you can look at the omission. Now, 6 of you can think it was an act, and the other 6 can think it's an omission, and you still have a unanimous verdict. But the evidence, I think, is more clear on the omission.
I object to him invoking his personal opinion, your honor.
The evidence is more clear on the omission. Why do we know that? It's right here. Look at the way that child walks around that first landing on the stairway. Look at the way. He's hurting. He's in bad shape. And we know from our common experience that he didn't get that way just before he walked into the frame. He was in that room all day. And you'll see on this video, he's in that room all day by himself, a lot. Something happened to him in that room. And that guy knows what happened to him in that room. And he knows what the condition of that child is. And even before that child walks into frame here, ask yourself, would any reasonable person have called 911? Gone to the hospital? I mean, we're in a big city. We got doctors, hospitals, urgent cares, fire stations, 911 services. How hard would it have been, even before he walks into the frame, to get this child medical care? It would have been easy. But instead, they keep walking him down those stairs in pain, out into that parking lot where he vomits, where he passes out. And what do they do then? They take him upstairs and lay him down in the bathroom to see if he'll wake up. And we all know exactly why they didn't take him to a doctor. Because when he first walks into this hotel, the first time you see him walking into that hotel, he's got that mask on. And you know the first thing the doctor's going to do when they take him to medical care, he's going to peel that mask off. And that doctor, without hearing all the evidence that you heard, that doctor's going to know exactly what happened. So they can't take him there. So what they do, they just say, hey, we'll lay him upstairs, see if he wakes up. And then rather than going down the street to a hospital or a doctor or an urgent care or fire station, they go through the big country of West Texas, through the desert of New Mexico, and into the mountains of Colorado, and they push his body down a slope. But that's not even enough. They got to go down and they got to hide it in the bushes, and then they got to flee all the way to Costa Rica because it can't be here, because they know it's going to catch up with them. And it did catch up with him. And it's going to catch up with him here with you folks. And I ask you to find him guilty of the first-degree charged offense of intentionally and knowingly causing serious bodily injury. Thank you.
All right, some nice closing arguments there. That was the state's, now it's going to be the defense's, which is why the label just changed. Simply me said, if anyone put their hands on my child, there'd be a trial, right, against me. That's right. We don't want that. We don't want that. Don't go on trial, but I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Okay, so here we go. Deep breaths. Defense closing arguments.
12 minutes, Mr. Sergeant. Move the total.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Gross, are you ready?
Yes. Good morning. So the facts of this case are straightforward for you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We said from the beginning, actions speak louder than words. And what do we mean by that? What do we get down to the actual thought about that? Nickolle admitted she's trying to manipulate you all members of the jury. She said she stopped taking her medications so that she could look more emotional in front of you all. That's manipulation by her. Just like she and Samantha tried to manipulate Daniela. She told her mom, Nickolle told her mom, that she was caught lying when trying to get a deal in this case, a sweetheart deal, because she admitted to you all she would do anything she could to get out of a 5 to life case, because she was facing a first-degree felony, still is, that's 5 to life, and she got a sweetheart deal from these prosecutors for a cap of 15. And how did she do it? By lying to them, because she told her mom, and she admitted to you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that she was caught lying when she tried to get a deal last month, April 25th, 2024. And she admitted that that was after lying to every law enforcement officer, every family member, every prosecutor, and frankly, ladies and gentlemen, she lied to you. She lied to the FBI and the U.S. Embassy in Costa Rica. She admitted to that. She lied about burying Domenic. And this is after Daniel Garcia is out of the picture. He's not even in that house anymore. And she's lying about burying Domenic. She said put him in a shallow grave in Colorado. And that's Nickolle is the one that's guiding that shit. She's the one making the decisions. Nickolle says we're going to take him to Colorado. And then we're going to go down to Costa Rica to my family. That's Nickolle in charge. She lied to her family when she got to Costa Rica. She admitted to that. You ladies and gentlemen on the jury, she lied to her mom. And even more importantly, when she got here in front of you all ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and she claimed that she saw bite marks and a messed up jaw, that is not what Agent Aguilar said when he testified, because we asked him, we said, what did she tell you? She told me no marks or injuries. No marks or injuries. And she admitted she lied to SAPD because she was scared they would blame her for everything. And why not? Because she lied to you. And how do we know that? Trying to figure out if someone lied to you or not is one thing. Looking at the science, that's another thing. Let's look at the science for a second. There is no cause of death determined in this case. Now, why is that important? The prosecutor is going to get up after me. And the prosecutor is an experienced prosecutor. He's going to show you horrible pictures of Domenic, what he looked like coming out of that ravine. And it is undisputed, it's horrible what happened to Domenic. But it wasn't Daniel that did that, it was Nickolle. The prosecutor is going to show you text messages and all these other things to try to overcome this, but here's the bottom line, ladies and gentlemen. The medical examiner and the experts told you all there's no cause of death. Unknown cause of death. Unknown. No injuries at or near the time of death. Nickolle claims all these injuries occurred at or near the time of death. The medical examiner, their own witnesses, said there are no injuries at or near the time of death. No paramortem injuries. No way to know when the fractures occurred. The antemortem part of the ME testimony here is where the government's own independent experts, their own medical examiners, their own doctors, their own science, says Nickolle lied to you because it's a month or more from the date of death on some of these injuries. How do you square that, ladies and gentlemen? How do you square that?
Evidence not in front of the jury judge. Misstating the evidence, sorry.
A month or more from the date of death. A month or more. Where are we a month or more? July 2021. A month prior to that, June 2021. Nickolle told you all, ladies and gentlemen, looked you in the eye and said these injuries happened at the hotel. Happened at the hotel. Or hotels, if you believe her, 1, 2, and 3. That is a lie. Their own experts established that. That is a lie, a month or more from date of death on some of these injuries. Their own experts can't agree on the timing of the injuries. And it's unknown who or what caused those fractures. It's unknown. Now, here's the thing. A case like this is tragic. It's horrible. What happened to Domenic should never happen to anybody. But even more horrible is for someone to flash horrible pictures in front of you all and get you angry and mad and wrongfully convict a young man where the evidence does not prove beyond a reasonable doubt. We're looking at.
Sorry to pause the closing arguments here. I just want to say, like, damn, I don't think he's wrong. I just wish they were both on trial. I mean, it's a smart defense move to throw her under the bus because I think she deserves to be thrown under the bus, you know what I mean? I just wish, because there's a plea deal, so obviously she's going to get 5 to 15 years for testifying against Daniel. But imagine if they were both on trial instead, like Trezell and Jacqueline West. Yeah, that would be great.
You remember during jury selection, and we were very, very, careful during voir dire a few weeks ago. Remember we talked about reasonable suspicion, probable cause. I mean, probable cause. What kind of evidence would you need to convince someone that it's okay to go kick in someone's door at 3 in the morning to search for drugs? That was probable cause. This evidence from Nickolle, does that even give you probable cause to think that Daniel Garcia did? No. All those lies and their own experts contradicting Nickolle. You to kick in someone's door at 3 a.m. over something Nickolle tells you based on the facts of this case? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Nickolle lied when she said all fractures from the week of the hotel. Their own expert said that to you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And we know it's unrebutted from Daniela. They were playing tag throughout the hotel. They were swimming together, she and Domenic. They went to the water park together, she and Domenic. How is that consistent with those cracked ribs, a cracked pelvis, and a cracked jaw all occurring at the hotel? Daniela, can't give you that, and Nickolle clearly lied about it. And here's the quote, the very last quote there from Nickolle. It was just so random and unexpected when Domenic died in the hotel. It was just so random and unexpected. She can't keep her story straight. You, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, should not be manipulated by Nickolle in this case. Thank goodness we have the WhatsApps. The WhatsApps are a roadmap to Nickolle in this case. The WhatsApps. August 23rd, 2021. Keep in mind, Daniel's gone. Keep in mind, the body is going to be discovered in 2 more days. August 23rd, 2021. I love you. I can't say it enough, so get smothered with it. I love you. Where does that come from if she thinks that Daniel Garcia caused these injuries? Good night, baby, sweet dreams. But here's what's even more alarming. Just think about it. The body is found August 25th, 2021. And that night, the night of August 25th, 2021, Nickolle says, when they asked me about you, I said, you're a great man and father and you care. Where does that come from? I'll tell you where it comes from. Nickolle caused those injuries to Domenic, not Daniel Garcia. And they occurred a month or so prior to the July time period in 2021. That's an admission by Nickolle. She caused these injuries. She doesn't say, I can't believe you did these things to Domenic. I never want to see you again. Where's that kind of language? I value what we have too. The night of August 25th, after the body's found, I love you too. I value what we have. I feel bad because you're not with me, and I blame myself for that. That is Nickolle, ladies and gentlemen, saying that she caused that damage to Domenic and put them in the position they are. I fucked up as a parent, failed my children. How does that happen? Now, the state would like you to believe that this is Daniel somehow, making Nickolle do these things. How's that possible? Nickolle picks Colorado, Nickolle picked Costa Rica down to her family, not Daniel. And then where's that come to you then? After these WhatsApp lines, we know Nickolle has anger issues. She tried looking emotional and contrite and very petite up here, but we know when Nickolle found out that DJ was seeing Ivani from her mom Surly on a phone call at the jail, like, fuck, bro, she's a fucking baby. You want to go fucking go murder something? Go do it. Fuck her dad up. That is an angry person. That is someone who's capable of doing anything at all. And Nickolle admitted, Siri said not to fight anymore in the jail and try to control herself more. And so then where does that bring us, ladies and gentlemen? Where does that bring us in this case? These incredible things from Nickolle. I'll say this, and I'll say it again. Nickolle is a monster, not a mother. Nickolle is a monster, not a mother. What mother
We agree.
Takes a dead child that she caused the death on and she caused those injuries on and straps them into the back seat of a car. What monster does that? Not mother. And then she claims she has sex with Daniel Garcia in Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica. Come on. And this is the one she claims caused the death of her child, Domenic? That's a lie. The truth is, Nickolle did that, and you could have told that by her demeanor on the stand just how she appeared on the stand when she was testifying. When Domenic soiled his pants at the hotel, I spanked him so hard and so many times until my hand hurt and I felt the anger. That's a monster. That's Nickolle. That's the one who causes problems in this case. That's why these experienced prosecutors gave her a sweetheart deal of 15. Because they're hurting so bad for evidence in the case, they need someone to come in and point the finger at Daniel Garcia. Someone to come in and corroborate what it is that Nickolle is saying. She flipped off Daniel and said, what the hell? So she's clearly not fearful of him. And you know, did you notice her demeanor in the stairwell? Because the prosecutors played it enough times, and they're going to play it again, I'm sure, in their closing after I sit down. You remember, not once was Nickolle crying. Not once. She was rubbing her head once, like this, and the prosecutor said, hey, what is that you're doing right there? I was rubbing my head. They were hoping she would say, I was crying and wiping tears, but she wasn't. I mean, she sits in her car for 15 minutes while Daniel takes Domenic upstairs, and she watches social media for 15 minutes while all this is happening. And recall, she claims this is when all the ribs are fractured, the pelvis is fractured, and the jaw is fractured. Yet she sits in the car for 15 minutes. How is that possible? There's no corroboration who threw Domenic down that ravine in Colorado. Now, the prosecutors, they've got a phone call, but the jury instruction that Judge Meza gave you is very clear. Mere presence is not enough to convict someone. Mere presence is not enough to convince anyone beyond a reasonable doubt that they committed an offense. The other key thing in those jury instructions that Judge Meza gave you is presumption of innocence. You remember we talked about that during voir dire. Presumption of innocence, the red bar I had, remember, all that is not guilty. The red bar, presumption of innocence. And in the jury instructions that Judge Meza gave you, it says the presumption of innocence alone is enough to find someone not guilty. The presumption of innocence alone. How does that play with these horrible things that happened to Domenic? How does that play with these horrible pictures that he's going to show you right after I sit down? It should stand firm, because we talked about it in voir dire. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit someone, especially on the facts of a case like this, where Nickolle's an admitted liar, and it's clear Daniela has been coached and subjected to thoughts by other people to testify against her dad. Where's Ivani and the two dogs in Colorado while Nickolle is throwing Domenic into the ravine? See, Nickolle has all these lies going, but they just don't hold up. She's saying that a 1.5-year-old, 2-year-old in the backseat of a car is just sitting there while the rope is tied to a steering wheel and someone rappels down that rope and then she helps back up that rope. What's the 2-year-old and the two dogs doing during all this time? It doesn't make sense. Nickolle's lies just don't hold together on that. There's no corroboration about who caused Domenic's injuries. And clearly, Nickolle tried telling you all that Daniel said, hey, don't use the phone anymore. She called her mom Surly for money. She called her mom Surly for coyote money to get across the border. Nickolle is in charge, it's obvious, and she's the one that caused the injuries in this case. So we know that Nickolle has a horrible history with Domenic. And why is that important? Dr. Watts made that very clear to you all. When we look to see if there's suggestiveness or bias or coaching, we want to see what the facts are that led up to this. Well, we know Nickolle lied when Domenic was born about who the dad was. Their own experts came in and said, we ran the DNA, and guess what? It wasn't DJ that Nickolle put on the birth certificate, it was someone else. And we know that Nickolle canceled sick visits on Domenic. Who does that? A monster. Domenic got out of the home and unattended outside in 2018. Just think of that. He's 3 years old. and he gets outside the home, unintended outside. Now, that can happen. You know, you have a child that gets out like that, but how about Domenic at 3 years old? And of course, this is before Daniel's anywhere near the facts of this case. In October of 2020, this is 2018, Domenic got a marijuana vape pen and smoked it. And Domenic had open sores in his groin and buttocks in 2019. How does that happen? It happens from a mother who doesn't care about you. That's how that happened. She's more interested in herself and doing what she wants to do, like smoking marijuana or whatnot. Domenic was potty trained but regressed in 2019, and Dr. Watts was very clear about that. That regression of potty training comes from, very likely, abuse of Domenic. That's why there was a regression in the potty training in 2019. That's before Daniel Garcia even knew Nickolle. Domenic was seen by a mental health clinician, and there was concerns about language development, him being in the second percentile. That's indicative of abuse of Domenic well before Daniel Garcia is even anywhere near this case. And Nickolle sends a letter to Samantha and drew pics to Daniela. April 3rd, 2023. Just think about that. She writes a letter, Nickolle, and draws a drawing of Daniela and sends it to, and the prosecutors, they try to say, well, now wait a minute, Dr. Watts, do we even know? Do we even know if Daniela got that? And Dr. Watts says, well, I personally can't say he did or not, but what we do know, ladies and gentlemen, is that after she got that letter from Daniela through Samantha, Daniela then out of the blue said, Nickolle did nothing wrong in this case. Yet we know for a fact, Daniela pled guilty to this case to injury to a child. And she's doing anything she can do to cut her time on this case. Nickolle told Surly, we know this, April 25th, 2024, a month ago. Nickolle told Surly, her mother, on the phone from jail, the prosecutors were frustrated because of Nickolle's answers, and the prosecutor thought Nickolle was lying. She tried lying and she fixed the answers. That, ladies and gentlemen, is reasonable doubt. Absolute reasonable doubt. The prosecutor touched on what Daniel supposedly did to show care, custody, and control. Well, Daniel never took responsibility for protection, food, shelter, medical care. Daniela made it clear from the beginning. Nickolle said, look, I took care of my kids, Daniel took care of her kids. That is not assuming protection, food, shelter, or medical care. Carrying a child up a stairwell is not taking responsibility for protection, food, shelter, and medical care. Daniel could not have enrolled him in school. He could not have left town with him, couldn't have gotten on a plane with him. Daniel could not have taken him out of the country. Daniel could not have picked him up from school. None of those things, and none of the evidence in this case shows that Daniel ever took responsibility for protection, food, shelter, or medical care in this case. It's clear Daniela misses her dad when she made those statements to Child Safe and to SAPD. And Daniela said, I feel safe with my mom, my dad, and my cousin. They asked her, who do you feel safe with, Daniela? And she said, my mom, my dad, and my cousin. And that was August 23rd, 2021, right after these events occurred and the police first talked to her. She wanted to see her dad, September 3rd, 2021. She wanted to call her Grammy to know dad is okay. And there were no reports at school, no behavioral concerns from 2021 to 2024. And we know that she finally recanted, Daniela did. She took it back. She said, I did not see my dad knee Domenic or throw him to the ground. And that's huge, ladies and gentlemen. It's clear that Daniela's been coached in this case. It's clear she's subjected to suggestiveness in this case. And she's not credible when she comes in and says anything negative about her dad, because that's Samantha and Nickolle working against Daniel through Daniela. We know in the first interview, Daniela said nothing about Domenic and Daniel. Nothing. Just, I miss my dad, and I trust my mom, my dad, and my cousin. She said it happened at a hotel. She doesn't remember when she last saw Domenic. She doesn't remember going home with her mom that day at the hotel. She didn't know if her mom picked her up later. She lied about Daniel throwing Domenic to the ground or kneeing him, and lied. She admitted she lied to Eric Mata from Child Safe on the video. She said we stayed at only one hotel, playing tag, swimming, and eating pizza, and that's unrebutted. How does a kid with broken ribs, a broken pelvis, and a broken jaw do those things? They can't. It's not possible. The prosecutor's going to keep showing that video of Danny Garcia holding Domenic up by his arm off the ground. If there were cracked ribs and a cracked pelvis, that child would be screaming in pain and just rolling on the ground in pain. That doesn't happen. And Daniela says, I don't remember if Daniel hit Domenic. That was the last question that Bridget Garza asked Daniela when Daniela was testifying in this case. She said, I don't remember if Daniel hit Domenic. And then the prosecutor turns around and says, well, Daniel did hit Domenic, didn't he? Yes, he did. How do you go back and forth like that? And there's certainly no evidence of serious bodily injury through Daniela. Daniela said, I just hit him. That's only bodily injury. It's not serious bodily injury. On October, just one more time to go through this, April 10th, 2024, Daniela tells the prosecutor she lied about seeing Daniel hurt Domenic. April 17th, 2024, a week and a half ago, April 17th, 2024, Daniela says she does not remember how Daniel hurt Domenic. She's being coached. She's being coached by Samantha and Nickolle. Dr. Watts, her testimony is unrebutted. Daniela has an unreliable memory because of this coaching. She's vulnerable to suggestibility, which occurred in this case, and a victim of being coached, which occurred in this case. It's our position, ladies and gentlemen, respectfully, that on the facts of this case, what you've heard through Daniela and Nickolle, the only witnesses who try to put anything on Daniel in this case, respectfully, Daniel is not guilty in this case, and you should find him not guilty of all these charges. Thank you.
It's time for the state's rebuttal. Are we ready? I understand why he's going for the mom. I don't like it that he goes for the child's testimony, but I mean, makes sense, but we don't like it, right? Okay, so now the state's rebuttal. Let's see how this goes. And then, of course, it's going to be, well, there was verdict watch. We're just going to skip straight to the verdict. Can't wait. Here we go.
Your Honor, permission to set up? Thanks, sir. May I proceed, Your Honor? Thank you. May I please report opposing counsel? So I guess the defense's strategy is to simply misstate the evidence that was presented to you.
I object to counsel striking at the defendant over shoulders of defense counsel, Your Honor. I ask the jury to be instructed to disregard that. Move to mistrial, Your Honor.
So if you recall from the experts that came up and testified, the injuries occurred not months, but they were consistent with occurring over days to weeks at a time. Again, that's what's in evidence. What this case is about, that little boy right there, Domenic Aguilar, and what happened to him. I agree with defense. Nickolle is a horrible parent. Doesn't even deserve to be called a mother. That is true. If you knew nothing about this case, nothing. Let's say you just came in and you saw this video, right? We're gonna focus. Let's focus first on the omission part. And you saw this. You see this family coming down. What looks to be like a family. They're staying in that same hotel room. And you notice, again, it's July in Texas. And then you see this little boy who's struggling to walk down the stairs. His face is covered. It's July. No other kids have their face covered right there in that video. It's July in Texas, and he's wearing a hoodie. And there he is walking. So one of the comments right now was, when he tugs at his arm and he pulls at it, well, why is he not rolling around the ground screaming? His jaw is broken in 2 spots. That's why. Then you see that. And then, again, you knew nothing. Then you see the defendant coming up there, bringing that child, his limp body, up to the hotel room. And then, do you think maybe we should call for medical care? No, doesn't do that. Instead, here he is packing his bags, leaving. Child's still upstairs, getting ready to leave. what corroborates him taking custody is they were all staying in the same hotel room. They moved from Florida to Texas. That's corroborated by multiple witnesses. And here we have departure date, July 29th. So here he is leaving 4 days earlier, sending these text messages of, are you awake? I need to drop the kids off. Had an emergency. I got to go back to Miami. Why is he lying about that? Why is he not saying, hey, I need help. This kid needs help. He has access to his phone. And again, remember from the evidence, he tells Nickolle, my phone's messed up, right? That's around midnight, right after you see Domenic being taken upstairs, unconscious. Yet he's using his phone hours later. And then he starts texting from Nickolle's phone that he needs to go to Miami, lying about that. Then, what do we see? Him taking this child's body into that car. Then, brought you cell phone records. Go all the way up to Colorado. And his body's found on the side of a mountain. And we brought you that. The clothes he was wearing. See that blue shirt? This mountain? Left his body there. He did that with Nickolle. Again, we talked about even FBI agents who are familiar with that area had to use rope to come up and down that mountain. So it's consistent even with what Nickolle is saying. And I guess the comment was, where's Avani? Where's Avani during this while they're doing this? A 2-year-old, right? I guess he's never heard of car seats. That's where she is, in a car seat, restrained, while they are going and disposing of her brother's body. And then the defendant shows up in Costa Rica. Here's a photo of him in Costa Rica. Nickolle Aguilar, yes, we did bring her. She is selfish. She is self-centered. She is a neglectful mother. I put that in quotes because she doesn't deserve that honor to be called mother, but legally that's what she is. So, she lied to police about this case. That is true. You don't have to like her. You don't have to like her. But from what she said, can we corroborate what she said? Does that evidence tend to connect when we corroborate it? Her actions are consistent with her CPS history from Florida. She is a neglectful mother. That's consistent. She let this happen to Domenic. He caused those injuries, and she let it happen because she was more concerned about herself and having a boyfriend or whatever. And you heard from their own expert, she didn't have any history of physical abuse in Florida. And Nickolle's testimony is consistent with what we see in the evidence. We stayed at 3 different hotels. We got that corroborated by Samantha. There are the addresses right there. There was an intent to move to San Antonio as a family. It's corroborated by Shirley Acevedo when they left Florida. It's also corroborated by Samantha, in particular of this text right here, where they're talking about him moving. This is, of course, after he lies about going to Miami. And instead of going to Miami, he's going up to Colorado to go dump the child's body on the side of a mountain. But if you notice, they're discussing between Samantha and Daniel about his intent to move here, to be involved in their children's school. Daniel assumed care, custody, or control of Domenic. You see him in those videos with Domenic. The abuse of Domenic happened by Daniel, happened across 3 different hotels. That's consistent with the anthropologist's findings that the injuries to Domenic's bones were days to weeks old. Days to weeks old. Consistent with what we see on video. It's also consistent with findings from Dr. Burson and Dr. Molina that the abuse was not a singular event, that it was abuse across multiple events. So here we go. Daniel punched Domenic in the face multiple times. What we have, when they first arrive on the 20th of July, his face is already covered. Why? Because he wants to hide it from everybody. Because he knows as soon as you take that mask off, he's got a swollen face because he's been punched in the face by that man sitting right there. He's got a crack in the jaw, in the front. He's got a crack in the back. It's a 5-year-old boy. Daniel hit Domenic with his fist and knee in Domenic's chest and stomach area. Anthropologists noted that there were breaks in multiple ribs. looking at this video. Again, I'm going to show you this video because that's what happened. We can go back in time and look to see what was going on. That's why I'm showing you this video. You see him holding his side. You see him struggling to walk. Dr. Molina also stated that that type of injury could eventually lead to pneumonia, which could eventually lead to death. And we see it consistent with their findings. And here's one of Daniel and Domenic by themselves. Domenic would get punched in the butt multiple times by Daniel, while Daniel would hold his face into the mattress and just repeatedly punch and punch and punch him and punch him across multiple hotels. You see him struggling to walk. Our experts described that those injuries are there in the pelvis region. It affect his way to walk, and you see it in the video. Dr. Burson stated that these injuries are the type that would require medical intervention. And actions do speak louder than words. I agree, they do. So what actions did the defendant take? He lied about why he needed to leave San Antonio, lied about a job opportunity in Miami. He disposed of Domenic's body with Nickolle Aguilar in another state, and ultimately fled the country. Dr. Molina, injuries sustained by Domenic qualify as serious bodily injury. How do we know that the defendant knew he was causing serious bodily injury? He had Domenic's face covered. He had him covered up from head to toe. He knew that if Domenic was taken to a hospital, the kids would be taken away. He disposed of Domenic's body to keep that evidence from you. He told Nickolle that they should hope an animal would get to his body. And he got his wish. We brought you Dr. Flint, who described how maggots ate Domenic's soft tissue. And that's why he became a skeleton out there. That little 5-year-old boy, that's what became of him. Maggots ate his brain, can't analyze what happened to his brain, because him and Nickolle disposed of his body. Dr. Flint also corroborates that the body was disposed around July 26th of 2021. Nickolle eventually took law enforcement to the body. Also told them the address of the hotel, the last hotel they were staying at, which allowed law enforcement to get that surveillance video, the one that we've been seeing, the one that's been presented to you. Daniel tells Nickolle that his phone isn't working. Again, as I mentioned earlier, hours later he's texting Samantha from his own phone. And we can see it on video. Right here. There's Nickolle handing the phone to Daniel. Notice how his hands are wet, consistent with the statement that he took the kid into the bathtub and put water on his face to see if he'd wake up. Daniel used a rope to get up the mountain after he moved the body because he was not satisfied with where it was. Was Nickolle not completely forthcoming? Yeah, she wasn't. She wasn't. Because of those water jugs right there. She described throwing them at her own child's body so that that body would roll further down the mountain. And there they are. There's the water jug. Daniel then used Nickolle's phone to communicate with Arlen Acosta, his mom. There it is. There's him on the phone. Again, we talked about the UTC conversion time. That call's made at 11:04 a.m. Daniel had his mom send his passport. And here we see, based on the cell phone records, a lot of calls right before the phone leaves the country on the 28th. To Arlen Acosta, the 305 number. You can see him. Daniel then uses coyotes to cross Nickolle through various country borders. And that's corroborated with Jorge Rojas, who we brought over here, who said there was no record of Nickolle Aguilar crossing into Costa Rica legally. Even though she's a natural citizen from Costa Rica, she was born there, but she crossed illegally into her own home country. And there was record of Daniel Garcia and his vehicle, that white vehicle, crossing into Costa Rica. So what were Daniel's plans in Costa Rica? He asked Christian Aguilar about establishing a business or a farm in Costa Rica. It corroborates actually what Nickolle stated about their plans. this kind of like a restart in Costa Rica, I guess. It contradicts Daniel's earlier plans about moving to San Antonio to be closer with his children. And again, looking at those text messages that you'll have, he's even telling her, well, once I'm done with this Miami job, I'll come back because I'll have this safety net and cushion. But again, he's going to Costa Rica. He's got no plans to come back. Why? Because he knows what he did. Nickolle Garcia, here's the actual questions. Here they are. You can see them. Put them on this slide. Did your dad hit Domenic? Yes. Did Nickolle ever hit Domenic? No. Did you feel safe with Nickolle? Yes. And then here's a screenshot from July 25th, 2021, 9:14 in the morning. Daniela and Nickolle sitting right next to each other. This is after Daniela has described that she's seen a unconscious, not moving Domenic on the bathroom floor. So what do we see in these videos? This video, July 23rd, 2021, 9:49 p.m. This is the last time that you'll see Domenic walking and not covered up. Entire body. Still got that face mask though, but here he is, walking up those stairs. Then all of the 24th of July, the entire day, Domenic is up in that room, not coming down. You're going to see Nickolle come down these steps. So what do these tell us about what's going on? Why does Domenic stay in that room all day? Here she comes. You'll notice her make a gesture to Daniel. She flicks him off. She's upset. Again, I'm not saying you have to like Nickolle. She's a horrible mother. But the evidence is on that video. And what we see in the next one. This is, again, Domenic's still in that room. He doesn't come out for the 24th. 6:38 p.m. Here comes Daniel and the kids. Here comes Nickolle. A picture's worth 1,000 words. I don't know what a video is. It's probably worth a lot more. Again, no Domenic. July 24th, 9:55 p.m. No Domenic, but here comes the pizza. Talked about this pizza. Here it comes. Domenic's still in that room. Not allowed to eat pizza. And we've seen this video many times. We finally see Domenic after a whole day of being in that room alone, by himself. Walking down these stairs, struggling. The tug on the arm. Actions. Daniel's actions caused those injuries. Nickolle's lack of action, or her omission, let Daniel cause those injuries on Domenic. Daniel's omission is knowing that Domenic was injured, and instead of giving him help, he fled San Antonio. He left. With Nickolle, they disposed his body in Colorado, which led to the maggots eating his body. And then they both fled the country. Daniel Garcia is guilty. I ask that you find him guilty of the most serious offense. The evidence is there. Nickolle's already pled and taken responsibility for her actions, and now it's your turn to hold Daniel Garcia responsible and hold him accountable for his actions. Thank you.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you now have all of the evidence in this case. You have the charge of the court, and you have the closing arguments. So the moment that I have been telling you about, where I can tell you do not deliberate, now I'm telling you this is the start of your deliberation. So we have ordered your lunch. It should be here in the next 30 minutes or so. We will take it to you as soon as it's here, but for now, follow the instructions. Select your foreperson, begin your deliberations. We are also going to collect your devices, like I explained yesterday. At this time, you are ordered to go and begin your deliberations. Thank you.
All rise for the jury!
All rise for the jury! That was loud. So, from what I could see, they deliberated because they kept the stream running, and of course I chopped out the fluff, right? For about 4 hours. That That's what it seems like around about there, but it would include probably the lunch, right? So I'm guessing they actually deliberated for about 3. Yeah. So the break, though, from this to when they came back was 4 hours.
I do find that the verdict is in proper form. If the defense could please rise. In cause number 2023 CR 6452, the verdict form reads as follows. We, the jury, find the defendant, Daniel Garcia, guilty of the offense of intentionally or knowingly causing serious bodily injury to a child as charged in the indictment. Does either side wish to pull the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, this is what I'm going to do. I'm not going to say names or numbers. I'm just simply going to point at you. This doesn't include the alternates, okay? So I'm going to start at the back, and I'm going to ask you if this is your verdict. So juror in the back, is this your verdict? In the blue shirt. Is this your verdict?
Yes.
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 Still in the back?
No.
Yes, is this your verdict?
Alternate.
Alternate, okay, you're an alternate too? Alternate. Okay, in the front?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this actually concludes your your jury service. During a break, the defendant changed his election of punishment to the court, and I have granted that election of punishment. And so this concludes your service. You are now released from all of the instructions I had previously given you. I thank you on behalf of everyone who worked on this case. I thank you for your time. What I'm going to do is you're going to go back to the jury room. We're going to give you your devices back. I will have your work excuses and meet you in the back shortly. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Let's see him get cuffed.
Mr. Garcia, based on the jury's verdict in this case, I'm going to remand you without bond on this matter and sentence you. We'll set a sentencing date of August the 14th. That's a Wednesday at 1:30. And we will continue on from day to day until all of the sentencing evidence is heard. I will order probation clerks. I need to order a PSI and a TAP evaluation.
And Your Honor,
Yes?
because we have one punishment witness who's from out of country and is present today, would the court be willing to hear testimony from that witness?
I can. Yes, I can, unless you want to agree to have the witness here for by Zoom.
Zoom is fine.
Can your witness do Zoom?
While they're checking, Your Honor, I noticed the alternates came in with the jury. Were they separate from the jury during deliberations?
Yes, sir.
Just want to make sure it's clear for the record. Thank
It
you.
is clear. It is, for purposes of the record, the alternates always remain in county court for jury room by themselves.
Thank you.
Just a few more minutes. We want to see him get cuffed and, taken out of here. But this guy, I don't know if he ever experiences any emotion. Throwing words around, but he could be a psychopath. Like, look at this guy. Just flatline. No emotion. Ice cold. Like, whoa. Look at him. My goodness. Okay. So...
Yes, Your Honor. So we have one from out of state and one from out of country. And both are able to do PSA.
Okay, August 14th at 1:30 then. I'm going to carry the other cases for the same date. What do you guys intend on doing with those?
We'd like to keep them open pending any appeal, and I'm pending approval from the district attorney. We can talk to Mr. Gross about any kind of deal that maybe we can work out.
Kerry says, what did they say? Something about changing his elective punishment. Again, I'm not a lawyer, so that I don't know what exactly that means. They just said a Bexar County jury on Wednesday found a man guilty of fatally beating his ex-girlfriend's, they said ex-5-year-old son They say jurors deliberated, here's an updated article, for about 2.5 hours. So they had lunch and then deliberated for 2.5 hours before delivering their decision on Daniel Garcia, who is charged in the death of Domenic Aguilar-Acevedo. And then they go through the timeline. He was originally charged with murder, but prosecutors took him to trial on a charge of injury to a child causing serious bodily injury. Garcia could face a maximum punishment of life in prison. He'll be sentenced in August. So that's what they say there. They said jurors could have also considered 3 lesser charges against Garcia: intentionally or knowingly causing bodily injury, second degree felony, with a maximum punishment ranging from 20 years in prison. The second option is recklessly, intentionally, or knowingly causing bodily injury, a third degree felony that carries a maximum sentence of 10 years. And the third option was a misdemeanor assault that carries no jail time and just a fine. So that's that legalese there. But from what I know, he's going to be sentenced on August 14th, and he faces up to life in prison and between 5 and 99 years. 5 to 99 or life in prison. So I'm guessing he's facing life in prison, if I had to speculate. So let's just see the end of this year. We've only got a few minutes left.
For now, we're going to get, so please explain to your client that we are going to start the PSI process. He will be interviewed, and so he needs to do his part on that. Like, I'm not going to hold up the PSI for you guys to negotiate. It's going to go forward. Okay? All right. I'm going to go back to dismiss the jurors, and then I will come back in and get you if they want to talk to you. It's totally optional with them.
So I'm clear, Judge. Otherwise, we're excused.
Otherwise, you're excused,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
And your client can go back?
Yes.
Okay. Ready, Mom?
Here, give this to me. Take you with me.
Look at him. He's still got no emotion. No tears like Ali Abulaban, hey. Camera person. Yes. Thank you all for watching this trial with me. We finished it in 2 days. Yesterday was day 1 and 2. If you missed it, please go check it out because you got to see the mother's testimony. And it's all timestamped for you. And today we watched day 3, 4, 5, and 6 and the verdict. I see you guys all like the defluffed. Look at this guy, ultra cool. Just like, okay, no problem. He's like, okay, yeah. Almost there. We got 2 minutes. I just wanted to show you how he reacts. Those eyes. I'm just looking at it like Pennywise. So cold. Rob says, Speedy D-flat, priceless. Panda says, off to Chucky he goes. Yeah, off you go, baby boy. I don't know, this one is so monstrous. Very scary. And imagine being 5 years old and looking at this guy. That is so terrifying. Okay, hurry up now, hurry up. I'm going faster. Go, go. Cuff him, cuff him. So many verdicts today. This is one that happened yesterday. Yeah, I know everyone's waiting for the treadmill abuse case as well. And then Chad Daybell, that verdict also has come in. He's guilty on all counts. So now I guess it would be the sentencing phase. Will he be sentenced to death or not? This guy's going to be sentenced on August 14th. Okay, wait. The way they pat them on the back. Don't worry. Yeah, Laura says, imagine dating this guy. And then off he, that was it. Off he goes. Ta-ta.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number.
And now we're going to watch it on a loop. Imagine. Let's do it all again, Grizzlies. Okay, so thank you so much, everyone. Shame, man. Look at little Domenic here. 5 years old. And really, it's not just like for a little bit he suffered. It sounds like for quite some time. With a very neglectful mother who also picked the worst boyfriends. Goodness me. And eventually died from that abuse. My goodness. So thank you so much, everyone, for being here. I know it was very difficult. It's a really heartbreaking case. I appreciate that you watched it with me. There's no way that I'd be able to watch all of this without you. So appreciate that. I know many of you say that as well. You wouldn't be able to with all of us here together. And of course, this was a Grizzly speedy trial. Defluffed 6 days down to 2. Thank goodness also because they had such long breaks. So that was pretty easy to do at least. Yeah, retired midwife says the camera ending yesterday was so funny. It really was. If you guys didn't see that, that was for the Ali Abulaban trial. Go and check that out for the verdict. And at the end, actually I timestamped it for you, where he starts crying and then the attorney hugs him and then the camera person like fumbles with the camera. It's quite funny. Well, all right, everyone. So I guess we're all going to be lurking now, huh? On what happened with Chad Daybell. Let's go do that. Let's go lurk in places and see. I might see you there. And I wish you all a wonderful afternoon or evening, whatever it is ahead. And we've been very busy with the Ali Abulaban trial. Done. Verdict in. Then this trial. Verdict in. Fantastic. And can't wait for all the sentencing. All right, everyone. Thank you, mods. Appreciate it. Thank you, everyone who supported the channel. And patrons, we'll have a Patreon-only stream again soon. YouTube members, we'll have a YouTube members-only stream again soon as well. All right, guys. Bye.